watching Real Simple News with Coffee on Monday, August 17th. And today's top story: North Korean dictator Kim Jong un has ordered citizens in North Korea to hand over the decadent and bourgeois meat uh, or pet dogs for restaurant meat as the country is rocked by food shortages. Dictator Kim Jong un announced in July that owning a pet is now against the law. Authorities are identifying homes with dogs in Pyongyang and rounding them up. Some of the dogs are sent to state run zoos or sold to dog meat restaurants. Wow. Seems to be a little bit hypocritical to me, given the fact that Kim Jong un is like a very overweight person. But, this is the state that they live in socialism. The thing about socialism that you need to know about that I think is absolutely ironic because it's happening again here in America is that in World War II, a lot of people don't know it, but Adolf Hitler actually worked with Joseph Stalin, and they were coordinated to in a false flag operation to invade Poland. Then they covered it up, which was why you don't know about it. It's actually World War II history that wasn't discovered until they found the order of execution that Stalin started killing the Polish people. And so Stalin and Hitler had a secret pact to control Europe. This is a fact. It's all in the history books. And once then the socialist people from the city invaded the countryside because France was rural at the time. And the people in the countryside were capitalist and the people in the city were socialists, which is ironic because that's the way the United States is. The people in the city are socialist and the red states are the rural states and the poorer states. And then the socialists in the city think it's the capitalists that are oppressing them, when in reality, the red states are poorer and those people don't live in the cities. These cities are controlled by Democrats. But in World War II, once Hitler started running out of food and gas, then he invaded Russia. And there's a lot of mystery surrounding why he actually did that. Because there's some speculation that Stalin knew that Hitler was running out of food and gas, and that he forced Hitler to invade him because he said, the game's up. You don't have enough food and gas to keep going." And so that's one theory on the history that could have happened. The other theory is that that's just how socialists act. Once they start running out of food and gas, they start turning on each other. Anyways, reading on the article, it says Kim Jong-un has declared that pets are a symbol of capitalist decadence and ordered dogs in Pyongyang to be rounded up. And owners are fearful that their beloved pets are being used to solve the nation's food shortages. Dictator Kim announced July that owning a pet is now against the law, denouncing having a dog at home is a tainted trend of bourgeoisie ideology. Authorities have identified households with pets and are forcing them to give them up or forcefully confiscating them and putting them down, a source told South Korea's Choso Libo newspaper. This guy is certifiably nut job, for real. You see, this is the thing people don't understand about Nazis and communists. They think that the far left is different from the far right. This is not true at all. Far left historically has always meant the flattest social hierarchy, which the flattest theoretical one possible is communism with a total of 4 tiers. There's like artisans, farmers, artisans, soldiers, and government workers. That's it. Then there is Nazism came about as a competing ideology to communism, where they had a hierarchy because they said that Marxism failed because the Jews, who were white supremacists who advocated genocide at that time, Karl Marx was a rabid white supremacist. They would not share with other people. They would only share with their in-group, like a normal person. And so they blamed the Jews and capitalism. This is the root of anti-Semitism, is that they blamed Jews for stuff that they didn't do. Well, there was some stuff with the Russian Jews, because Karl Marx was a Russian, and then the people who were working with Stalin, or there was a bunch of coalitions that were working with Stalin. There was like they were mainly the farmers. That's what the Russian farmers, because it was mostly rural and it was not industrialized at that point in time. And so the Russian Jews, they did this Holodomor massacre, or famine massacre, where they killed up to 12 million Ukrainians in around 1930 by starving them to death. And this was a reason that people hated Jews back then that you don't know about, people didn't know about. They thought that, they just hated Jews because they just hated Jews. No, there was actually Jews that were in control of the Russian military, the Marxists, that were in with Karl Marx's coalition, that did the Holodomor famine genocide. And then World War II happened, and then they rounded up the Jews, kept them in concentration camps because those people advocated for genocide, and they were white supremacists, and Germans were anti-racist at the time, and they didn't own slaves. Germans never owned slaves, so they were not white supremacists. They modeled their laws after Democrat Jim Crow laws, but they thought the Democrats were racist. They were doing it to compete. They wanted to scare off the Africans to prevent them from joining World War II, because then Hitler would have lost the war, because he couldn't fight Africa and the Allies and control the countryside and grow all at the same time. All these things require a lot of food and gas, and well, you could pretend like you have infinite money in the world, but you are actually in reality constrained by the resources and by the need to be able to trade with people internationally to get the resources. So the anti-Semitism, I got to keep on point. This is what they're doing with the anti-Semitism, with the hate of the bourgeoisie. Antifa's guilty of this. They are blaming the 1%, the white supremacists, the people who are the people who won't share with them. And they're saying that these people are I'm talking about Antifa in the US. These people are hating on the white, quote unquote, white supremacists that they think are the Republicans. And the reason why they think that is twofold. One, because religious people, Republicans are typically religious conservatives. Religious conservatives typically don't like gay people, so they think they're bigots for that reason. And then also the KKK was started by the Democrats, because the Democrats were the ones that owned slaves. Republicans freed them. And they started the KKK. And so when Democrats opposed women's suffrage, and so they lost really bad after that because they were the party of bigotry. And so then they kicked out the KKK. They were like, we can't lose elections like this. We have to kick out the bigots. And so they kicked out the KKK, and then the KKK went to the Republicans. And so this is why the lefties think that Republicans are racist. But they're saying, Kim Jong-un saying there's a famine, but he can't own up to the responsibility that the reason why they're having a famine is because he's social. They're communist. I don't know if they're actually communist. China is not communist in any way, shape. They're probably not actually communist because they live high on the hog. Yeah, no, they live high on the hog. The difference between communism and far right, which is not communism, is when the government class in the four tiers of communism, the government class becomes a steep hierarchy. If they have a group of the government people living high on the hog while everybody else is living impoverished out in the countryside like they're doing in China. And they do that in North Korea. So yes, it's the same situation that they have in Nazi China, where they have people in concentration camps or prison labor camps too. In North Korea, they've got a lot of those gulags. Then they've got hundreds of millions of impoverished Chinese out in the countryside and millions in North Korea. Then they have filthy, stinking rich Chinese people in the city that they let run the privately owned company, or quote unquote privately owned. But the difference between communism and Nazism is that you can own private property in Nazism, and unless the government wants to come and take your property for war efforts, or if they don't agree with what you're doing, that's called National Socialism. That's what China is doing. That's why I call them Nazi China. So North Korea doing the exact same thing. He's blaming the bourgeoisie, the people who are living a good life, like most people in the first world do, and he doesn't want to fess up to it. And the reason why socialism is an epic fail, other than the fact that it turns men into beta males, and can kill off your family line from that, is that it's hard to trade internationally under communism, or if you don't have money, it's nearly impossible. It's really hard to make trades. So if you have money, you can go make a trade with somebody internationally, and you can just trade that money for money and then leave. If you are communist, you have to be able to trade like a barter system. So you have to say, I got this much wheat, we need this much steel and fuel, right? You take, okay, I need this, I got this much timber, now I need this much coal. So you go and you have to change, you have to deal with a swap. And so the person in that country they'll take the money, you'll give the product to one person, they'll get the money, then they'll take it to the other person in the country, and then you can take it back. And as you can see, this can be a very, very complicated process to both explain as well to do in the real world. So it doesn't really work out very well. But of course, in Nazi land, everything is backwards. But the far right, what happens is that they try to do this flat hierarchy. And then what happens is people bias things towards their in-group, because this is just the repeating pattern in communism. And then you end up with this group of people who's living high on the hog while everybody else is impoverished. And if you allow private property ownership in that situation, like China does, then you are National Socialist. If you don't allow any sort of private property, then you are some weird hybrid of communism and National Socialism. Continuing the article, quote, some of the dogs are sent to state-run zoos or sold to dog meat restaurants, end quote. A recent UN report stated as many 60% of North Koreans, 25.5 million people, are facing, quote, widespread food shortages, and, quote, not sure why they have to put the quote around that. It's a little bit frustrating. That have been worsened by the international sanctions imposed by the regime for its nuclear missile programs, which are indeed quite laughable. This is why we call him Rocket Man, because they're not so good at making rockets over there. Dog meat has long been considered a delicacy in the Korean peninsula, although the tradition of eating dogs has gradually faded out of South Korea. Still, an estimated 1 million dogs are reared on farms to be consumed every year in the South. Man's best friend is still a staple of the menu in the North. However, a number of the dedicated dog restaurants with a number of dedicated dog restaurants in Pyongyang, dog meat is most popular in the hot and humid summer months when it's believed to provide energy and stamina. So they're into some weird Taoist stuff over there. If you don't know Eastern philosophy very well, Taoism is the happy religion that they do a lot of stuff with, like, what do they call that? Trying to turn gold, alchemy. Yeah, like trying to turn like lead into gold. Basically, they have all these kooky, weird old books and stuff on, like, making herbal tonics, like you would see in like some uh, Taoist shop in China, and so they have actually come up with some good discoveries. I'm not dogging on their apothecary. That's totally cool. I like Eastern philosophy. I've studied it a lot. So as you can see, these people do not care about man's best friend. They are communist. They got a bunch of people in concentration camps. It looks like I don't really know if they allow private ownership, but they're pretty borderline Nazi over there. We'll have to say, for somebody else, somebody who is in a country experiencing a food shortage, just like to point out exactly how overweight this guy is. Definitely, you should not be forcing people to give up their beloved pets so they can eat them when they are living so high on the hog that he looks like that. What do we got next? Real Simple News is an open source news organization. You can find us on GitHub at github.com/Real Simple News. But it's a little bit tricky to maneuver it in there. This is issue 80. That's what this pound 80 thing is. And so this show, the coffee show, there's some other shows that I use a green screen, but the coffee show is designed so that I don't have to do so much setup work. It's easier to find us on the web at realsimplenews.net/issue 80 for this show. Here you can find links to the YouTube, the video on YouTube, and the best way that you can help us grow as a channel is to like this post and share this post, because that's the best way that we can grow to share the message of de-radicalization and reducing the hate and promoting the intellectual dark web to make it the clear web. You can also make a financial donation via PayPal. Financial donations go to provide fund our open source AI technology, WikiSpy, a tool for monitoring Wikipedia for tampering by hostile actors and political bias, as well as the Freedom Government, which is an open source government that will aims to provide free public defenders through modeling the U.S. government and court system, and through what is called a generative adversarial network. And we are also making an open source viral video making news app, the Real Simple News app, that will help us automate these videos so that you can have these stories and the thumbnails automatically generated for you. And in our next news article from Hacker News, Amazon is now liable for defective third-party products, rules a California appellate court. This is coming at us from the California Globe. And the 4th District Court of Appeals in Santa Ana found that Amazon.com can now be held liable for injury for selling defective products from third-party sellers on its online marketplace.
The ruling has grouped Amazon with other retailers who face the same liability risk when selling online, as per state product liability law. Thursday decisions also overturned previous state Superior Court rulings in San Diego, which had found Amazon to be a quote unquote service provider instead of a quote unquote retailer, and therefore not being responsible for liability. The plaintiff of the case, Angela Bulger, had bought a laptop battery on Amazon from a seller called E-Life, the working name for a Hong Kong battery license, the seller Lineage Technology. Bulger said that the battery burst into flames and when used, burning her arms and legs and feet, as well as damaging her laptop. Ouch. Yeah, you got to be careful with those cheap batteries. I know I always usually go for the cheap batteries, but man, you're just asking for it to catch on fire one day. This definitely shows you here Amazon is officially legally too big. It's so Amazon, what are they controlling? Like 36% of the retail market last I heard. If I'm wrong on that, you can comment on issue 80 on at realsimplenews.net/issue 80. And so that is a lot of that's like a monopoly almost. It's not, well, there's, okay, so the percentage of the market that you control to make you a monopoly, I've always thought of as 85% of the market, but I think there's like different I think 36% of the retail market would be more than enough to qualify for a monopoly in this context. So credit card companies are kind of like that too. They also too get a cut, but there's a lot more independent credit card companies, and when you make a exchange on the network, it doesn't all go to one of the companies, but it does. Visa and MasterCard and American Express, yeah, they do get a portion of all of a very huge amount of money. So in a certain context, you know, how can you say it's just Amazon that's being a monopoly here when you also have they're using a payment system to American Express, Visa card, and MasterCard that is also too in the same category of a monopoly. So I'm not, me personally, the fact that their store has that much traffic isn't the thing that really is unsettling. The thing that's unsettling is all of the other things that they do, such as the Amazon Web Services, all of the government contracts that they do, the massive advances in artificial intelligence that they have to leverage them and keep them in a good market position, the absolutely gigantic, massive amount of Amazon distribution facilities that they have. So that is commendable. So we got to look first off. There's a balancing competition of interests here. So like, you could say, oh, it's horrible that Jeff Bezos has all this money, but then what's the competition? You got Vladimir Putin has $70 billion. And so, I mean, it's kind of a lesser of the two evils. Like, what do you want? Do you want Jeff Bezos to be the richest man, or do you want Putin to be the richest man? You know, at what point in time are we going to say that Amazon is a threat? I personally think that the fact that Jeff Bezos made $36 billion this year means that it shows that there's an upward trajectory to the threat posed by Amazon to the majority of retailers. That, at that point in time, would then justify it being a monopoly. Because we have to look at it of what is the antitrust laws there to protect? Who are they there to protect? They're supposed to be there to protect the customer, to prevent one business from controlling the market and stifling innovation and making the industry suck. It's not supposed to be to make it so that one person doesn't get really rich and make everything fair, because it's not really how you make highly competitive markets that innovate. But when they get too far is when they are able to control the market everywhere, so they have a ubiquitous market presence. This is one of the keys of the monopoly, is they do have to have a ubiquitous market presence. So if, for instance, Comcast controls most of the internet market, I was really hoping that they would bring fiber internet to my neighborhood and I could just get away with paying $50 fiber. But it did not happen. I don't think that they could get enough customers in my neighborhood. We did sign up through, I forget, Charter Cable or something, but then they failed, or maybe it hasn't happened yet or something. But I've shopped around on the internet deals and the speeds, and everybody else's speeds suck compared to Comcast. So you have to look at all these monopolies in the sense of, like, where are they a public utility? So in my opinion, I think that the internet wires are a public utility. I don't personally think that Comcast should own our internet cables, because that is something the entire community uses. If a private company owns a private transportation service like a bus service, they can own certain property, but where they're not like ubiquitously going to everyone's house. The only thing that I'm aware of that ubiquitously goes to everyone's house are pipes in the ground, water, heat, electricity. Well, hold on, no, that the electricity is delivered to your house via private entities. But what happens if all the private entities go out? I mean, with the business, if the businesses go out of business, the government's not going to step in and have to deal with it. If we are hit with a cyber attack and Comcast goes out, we require the internet to make our economy function. This, at this point in time, makes the internet a necessary utility. It's not just like we can just go on without it. Like, I can go get an electric generator. If my power goes out, I can go get an electric generator and power my house. But if Comcast gets attacked and they go down, my business requires the internet, and I can't just like go. I mean, yeah, maybe there's some satellites out there, but everybody in the neighborhood can go pretty easily get a generator, but then we're all going to be out of them. So this isn't really like a useful scenario here. We need to have the things that are required for our country to be able to fight in a war. Those things all need to be protected by the United States military heavily, because they are a target for cyber warfare operations. This makes it so it's not just a company operating a service that is fairly innocent. This makes it a potential cyber weapon that they have in their hands, because when it goes down and it's taken away, then the fact that it's gone is the effect of the cyber weapon. So along the same lines, I think that Amazon, the way that their distribution setup is set up is so innovative. It's so mind-bogglingly awesome, like complicated, ingenious. They've done so much work that they deserve a gold star for all of the credit that they are due. But everybody has to work with them now. There's a certain point at which this is connecting to everybody's house. It's like not just like the UPS can come to my house every once in a while, but like Amazon's using all of these services. If you want to operate, you're going to have to, in today's industry, you're going to have to deal with Amazon now at this point in time. And it's because they've built an infrastructure that we now rely on. And if a foreign entity wanted to target us with a cyber weapon, they could target Amazon, they could target Comcast, and they could take out our entire distribution system and just cripple our economy. So this is some good reasons as to why this isn't just like, there's two different types of there's competition, there's hyper competition, and then there's antitrust. And hyper competition is where people are preventing people from competing, but it's not antitrust. And this is common. Businesses do it all the time. For instance, I make electronics. I make audio interfaces and lighting controllers. Well, I used to. I still would like to sell them, but I've been not playing music as much, just my trumpet. But if I wanted to enter the market, there are a lot of companies such as Behringer that produce incredibly cheap products. So if I am a threat to these companies, and when I try to enter the market with my hybrid MIDI controller touchscreen audio interface, which I'm adding an HDMI input into it now, then another company could drop their prices and flood the market in order to make me go bankrupt when I go into the market. This is absolutely perfectly legal to do. The reason why is because the antitrust laws are supposed to be they're set up in order to protect the customer, not to protect the business. This is the key component of the antitrust law. So, along the lines of Amazon, what could Amazon do in order to, what kind of damages could Amazon do if they wanted to ward off new players that come into the market? Let's make a thought game here, or thought experiment, where Walmart. I guess this isn't a thought experiment. Walmart is trying to compete with Amazon. They're trying to do everything that Amazon's doing in the retail space, where you go to Walmart.com, you see all the new third-party sellers that they have on there, that they're trying to imitate Amazon. So where does this line draw with antitrust? And the line here is where the customer is harmed in the situation, because that's the basis of our legal system. If you want to sue for tort, you have to have damages. Who's harmed if Amazon takes out or prevents Walmart from entering and Target from entering into the space? Who gets harmed? Well, there's a lot of people that require Walmart and Target for a job. So these people, their wages get suppressed. Walmart can only pay them so much money per hour because Amazon is being cutthroat and beyond hyper competitive. I think this is where you have to draw the line. It's not just hyper competitive behavior. You've gone beyond the boundaries of hyper competitive behavior. So Walmart has Walmart supercenters all around the country. These stores they employ, I don't know how many people they employ, but got to be like an army of people. Let's check this out. This is why this show's awesome, because we look up facts. How many people does Walmart hire or employ? 2.2 million Walmart employees. Wow. Really? Let's click on that. Is this business stats? If this is wrong, you can comment on issue ticket 80 here. This is just what this DMR business statistics thing is saying. I'm just going to go with it because it sounds about right. They hire, and this is in 28 different countries. So how many are in America? There's 5,993 stores in America. To put this into perspective, there's 3,001 counties in the United States of America. So there is, on average, about 2 Walmarts for every county in the United States. So if you are harming the wages, if you're depressing the wages, and these wages become the benchmark for the wages in almost in every single state, then by engaging in this anti-competitive behavior with Walmart, it becomes antitrust because you're harming the wages of America by suppressing it. And so this is harming the customer because the people whose wages are suppressed are the customer. It's not just, okay, so if there's one business, let's put this into perspective of like another business that's not a monopoly. So if let's say SpaceX engages in hyper competitive behavior in the space market, and like the result is they slashed the cost of space travel, and then they just caused a space travel revolution where we can colonize the universe. Obviously, we want this. This is what absolutely want that kind of hyper competition, but where SpaceX is not going to be able to suppress the wages of people. They're one node in the system, and so it's way better. The way the internet works, the DARPA internet model is that they maximize the nodes, not necessarily maximize, but you want as many nodes as is functional and optimal. And so whenever one of these nodes, you want to have redundant nodes, and you want set up so that like you take out a whole bunch of these nodes and the internet will still be on. This is our way we want our economy to be. If our economy has just one node, or hold on, a small number of nodes, and if you could target these nodes in a warfare operation and take these nodes down, this then at this point in time becomes a national security threat that then is harmful to the customer. In this next article from Newsweek, Americans associate negative words with Trump while Biden is tied to nice phrases. Americans are hearing, reading, and seeing more about President Donald Trump than former President Joe Magoo Biden. But unlike 2016, his Democratic rival is tied to positive buzzwords. Researchers from Georgetown University and University of Michigan and polling partners at CNN and SSRS teamed up with to ask Americans what words they associated with Biden and Trump in a week-to-week basis. While roughly 70% of the respondents versus 60% say that they heard more about Trump, those words were primarily associated with negative topics such as coronavirus and pandemic. They make it, sound that it's like you think of Trump and then you just think negative. And they're like, all right, well, I wouldn't really necessarily count pandemic and coronavirus as like a negative thing. some people, I would consider the fear of people freaking out over the coronavirus, which is the common cold. You've had coronaviruses many times. This one's SARS-CoV-2, but they're freaking out about it. They're like trying to prevent themselves from getting it. And this doesn't make any sense because, okay, I'm 38 years old. If you're under the age of 45, you have a 38 times less chance of dying from COVID. So for me, when I'm young, I am not that young. So I could get cancer next year. I could get diabetes next year. 1/3 of people who die from COVID had a pre-existing condition like cancer, which kills 600,000 people per year, and diabetes, which kills 85,000 people per year. So for me, I don't want to put off getting COVID until I'm old enough to where the risk of COVID starts to get very large. There's 6 strands of COVID. One of them is very deadly. The other ones are not. This is called nature's vaccine. You want to get the ones that aren't deadly before you get the one that is deadly. This is why people who are older have a lower chance of dying from the flu than people who are younger. It's because once you've had the flu so many times, then whenever you get the H1N1, you're not going to die from it. And so this is called nature's vaccine. This is the way your body works. But no, the Democrats want you to freak out because this is their chance to be in control. This is their chance to show you how good they're going to do. And the job they've done is absolutely horrible. It shows you why you should not freak out and be a complete sissy. Why, whenever you're actually fighting a battle, you should probably not tuck your tail between your legs and be a complete coward, because that would make you an absolute sissy, and you probably should not, absolutely should not be in control of our government at all. That would be insane to think that we should make that person in control of the government. But most of the things that the lefties do are absolutely batshit crazy, insane, and they're providing us with a good amount of entertainment, but at the same time, there's a lot of terror that you have to deal with. There's a lot of violence going on. There's a murder spree going on around the country by the black looter mob, who are the murder rate has gone up 37% on average in all of the large cities in the United States. To put that into perspective, there's about 20,000 people murdered in the U.S. per year. About half of those are killed by black people. About 93% of the victims were killed by black people. Black on black murders. Continuing in the article, but on the other side, Mr. Magoo's name is widely associated with words such as honest, good, and cares, the data shows. And in the past few weeks, words associated with Biden have primarily tilted towards his recent announcement of California Senator Kamala the Snitch Harris as his vice president. If you're unfamiliar, Kamala Harris was involved in the snitch scandal. This is one of the reasons why people don't like her in California. It's because she's a corrupt politician. It's also rumored that she is also a slut and that she slept her way up to the top. I don't know too much about that, but me personally, I wouldn't tap that. The pollsters conducted the same term test during 2016 presidential election between Donald and the Democratic candidate Hillary Clinton. The former Secretary of State was overwhelmingly tied to words about her emails and allegations over her having private email server in weeks leading up to the election. Meanwhile, words associated with Trump changed on a weekly basis, something that is happening on Biden's side this year. So this goes to show you how these Newsweek people are pretty garbagey. They like to spin articles. Like, you start reading the article, it's like they want you to click on it. But they actually told you the truth. They're like, oh, well, Trump's associated with different things every week. They're like, oh, but he's associated with negative things. Like, well, typically you associate the president with having to deal with extremely negative things, right? So that would actually be kind of expected, actually, that you would expect Donald Trump to be associated with whatever negative thing his political opponents just put up about him. But this goes to show you the game that they play. These people do focus groups. They, if you're unfamiliar with the focus groups they run, they get a whole bunch of voters together and they ask them questions about certain phrases and things associated with politician, see how they react to it. And then they go with their political agenda becomes whatever they get the best reaction to from the focus groups. This is fundamentally why Democrats are absolutely horrible right now. I mean, they were the party that owned slaves, started the KKK, opposed women's suffrage, and passed the 1994 crime bill that created the prison industrial complex and caused all of the police. No, it actually didn't cause police brutality. That's not true. I had initially assumed that, but I looked into it, and police brutality was really bad. Used to be really, really, really bad. And then when the war on drugs started, police brutality went down. And then it's mainly the police in violent areas where there's a lot of gangs and murders. So, it kind of follows this. Well, there's also a lot of like really bad cops in small towns too. I'm not discounting those. I've experienced a lot of bad stuff from arrogant jerk cops in the country too. Everybody who lives out in the country, everybody knows about that. But people are human, dude. I don't think that you're gonna make any group of people completely free of human problems. What we need to do is we need to reduce this down to a acceptable level and make the system work very efficiently and work good for everyone, and then the problems will just disappear. But so the negative words, I got to stay on topic here. The focus groups, I'm trying to remember the guy who invented this technique to do the focus groups. He was a Republican, but then he works for both sides, and it's kind of sounds. His last name begins with an F. If you can remember, you should comment on issue 80, realsimplenews.net/issue 80. What they do, back onto the problem with this, when they do these focus groups and they make these plans based on what appeals to people, this is just bound to just go really badly. You don't want to make your policies based upon what makes people feel good and have an instantaneous reaction. You need to base your policies based upon sound, reasonable logic. That is a winning move. This is why the Republicans are doing, but now both sides do use the focus groups. But the Republican side has been the same than it's always been since before they had the focus groups. They want limited government intervention. They want expiration. They don't like the government to turn into this zombie that keeps growing bigger and bigger. They want programs to have time limits on them, and for us to respect freedom of speech, freedom of religion. And in America, conservatives are conserving classical liberalism because that's what our country was founded on, freedom and equality. But the thing is people have a lot of disagreements as to how you get there. So that's kind of one of the things that's so toxic about the equality movement that we're seeing right now from the black looter mob and the white feminists, is that they haven't really exactly labeled exactly what they're doing or what they want. Like, yeah, they're protesting against something. They're protesting against police brutality, but like, what are they protesting in favor of? They're not going to tell you until after the election, because the Democrats are juicing these riots up by promoting the riots through their social media networks and through the Democrat mind control networks on Facebook. And they're doing it because they get a benefit out of it. You have to look at what people do from the standpoint of a psychologist. I studied psychology in college. And once I learned about Richard Dece's intrinsic motivation studies, then I lost complete faith in grades. So you can, if you ever read Richard Dece's studies, just know that you do need the grades. There's some necessarily evils in the motivation, intrinsic motivation. You have to actually deal with the grades. But the people do things because they get rewards for it. They go through what is called classical conditioning. Probably heard of that one. Then there's people will end up through all this amalgamation of rewards that they receive. They will slowly start to speak out of both sides of their mouth. So they'll say one thing and do the other. And it's because they get a benefit when they do it, and they get a benefit when they speak out against it. So this is why white feminists right now are so batshit crazy, is because in reality, they want to have their cake and eat it too. So they say, I want to get more money at work, and I want to have a husband, and I want to be the boss at work, and then I want to have a family. And so I want to have exactly what the man had. And so they want you to give up having a child until your 30s so you can slave for some rich person like Jack Dorsey or Mark Zuckerberg. And that will kill off your family line. So if a man puts off having a family until his 30s so that he can work and go to school and everything, that man will probably have a family because he can afford to have a family. So on the one side, you have the best case scenario where the families are in their optimal state. And on the other, you have the nightmare scenario where your people die off. And the only way that you can possibly replace your workers is through not enforcing your border policies and replacing them with Latinos. Oh, no, you have to say Latinx, because apparently the white people have said that it's too sexist to say la or los. Now you can only say X. So Spanish has been canceled. But they're just like they're self-radicalizing themselves through getting rewards. So they're on Facebook. They post stuff that they'll like see a news article. The article is intended to make them angry and click on the article. It's called rage bait, race bait, fem bait, clickbait. Then they share it. They don't read the whole article. So the top part is just meant to be salacious and irritate you enough to the point where you read it or share it. And then they get a benefit because they get people who like on their post. They are able to engage in tribalism where they can block out opposing voices and then create in-groups with people who are in their echo chamber. And then they start to, the facts start to evolve over with what amounts to a game of telephone, to where it starts with they keep saying that women are underpaid, but the reality is that women own 2/3 of the wealth in the U.S. and they control 85% of consumer spending. So you have to ask yourself, how is that true? I've always been told the opposite. Well, you've been told it by a Democrat first, and they have a long history of being complete liars. But the way that works is that women, when they're in college, they're young and pretty, and the way that you come up in college is that you study with people, get in study groups, and then you work really hard, and then people want to study with you because you're known as one of the smart people, and then it's a snowballing scenario where it gets better and better and better. And if you are not in that study group, then you will often have a lower grade. So women are exceptionally beautiful and lovely, awesome people. They're great to be around at this age. Well, all of the ages, but everybody wants to be around them because they can have babies. And so older men will pay for their things in college. And so women don't have to deal with homelessness as much. So now they're receiving almost 2/3 of the college degrees in the country. And so now the wealth has changed. So men are no longer the money holders, and now women are the money holders, and now they have to work all these extra hours, and they have these big boobs that makes it so that it hurts their back when they have to work for these long periods of time. And so everybody's in the, supposedly this is the better situation, that this is like the more beneficial one, where like it's more equal, right? But if you look at in the United States, vast majority of people can't afford a $400 emergency bill. The people are on the verge of being homeless. There's people don't have money saved up. There's a homeless epidemic of men. There's drug epidemics. There's the fentanyl epidemic from the fentanyl coming from China, from the Chinese Nazi Party. And so they're in these circles where they feel oppressed because they're in a big city and the rent is so damn high that even if you make $100,000 a year, you're still going to be the equivalent of like $30,000 to $40,000 elsewhere. So everything is oppressive. Like, try raising a family on $35,000 a year. It's like pretty hard. So when you're in a city and you make $100,000, but it's like you make $35,000 because of the rent price, this makes everything oppressive. And then they say, oh, all this stuff is oppressive. It has to be that the people who are oppressing me are the white people who are the white supremacists, because they control everything, because these Republicans like me, they're all dressed up nice and you think they have all this money. And as it turns out, most of the liberals, most of the WAMN and the African Americans and the Kleenex, they live in big cities. And then the red states are the rural states that are poorer. So obviously it's not possible that it is the racist Republicans that are holding down the WAMN and the African Americans and the Kleenex, because they don't live there. It's kind of hard to hold somebody down in another country, in another city, who has way more money than you, who could sell their house and come to where you live and buy the nicest house. They could sell their really not nice house in, say, New York, and then come to your city and then buy the nicest house there. But somehow it's they think that the discrimination is coming from the other way. So when they share posts on social media, people are trying to convince them, oh, you're underpaid. And in reality, the people who are telling them this are trying to get more money because they're selling them stuff. Women control 85% of consumer spending. So on Facebook, when the ads that are trying to sell you on white feminism, they are targeted towards white feminists because they have the vast majority of money in the country. They control 85%, almost 85%. Hold on. Women control 85% of consumer spending. And then I don't know what percent the white women control. If you know, you should comment on realsimplenews.net/issue 80. So they want to associate. I'm going to get back on the point of this article. they want you to associate negative words with Trump. This is their game that they do in these focus groups, and they market it towards the white feminist. They market it towards, you got to think about who's paying for the ads, who's making money on it. Why are companies like Nike putting out these black looter mob propaganda and white feminist propaganda ads? The answer is because they make money on it. It's all a numbers game to them. They're going to, it's a gamble, it's a risk. You have to understand the mentality of the corporate boardroom in cancel culture. If you want, and not just corporate boardroom, this also is in the far leftist universities. If you want to have a job at the far leftist you need to say you're token anti-racist and pro-trans, pro-homosexual diversity statements, which you get from what is called the doctrine of diversity, which is dogmatic engagement in or obsession with diversity. So they get around in these universities. They'll have a meeting, and first off, if it's publicly run, they can get sued under the Civil Rights Act of 1868. And so they have to, when they're hiring, they have to put out a certain amount of anti-racist propaganda. Well, hold on. You need to determine, anti-racism is like anti-fascism or like anti-Islam or anti-Christianity, or anti-theist. This means you're like combative towards that group of people. This is fundamentally why anti-racists are so toxic, is they're just like anti-communist or anti-fascist. They're all the same. If you hate another group of people and you engage in bigotry and targeted harassment of that group of people, then you're just a bigot any way you go. So if you're an anti-racist and you're being a bigot towards people who are racist, that makes you absolutely no better than those people. What does this have to do with the article? I think I've said, and what I want to say about this, the self-radicalization. Oh yeah, the token diversity statements. Yeah, so they go around in the boardroom, and if you don't say that you support trans rights and that your pronoun is he, him, or she, her, then they will fire you. And I blame a lot of this on, one, the student governments that do jack shit but radicalize our students. They take your money and they push politics that you don't endorse, and they don't do anything. I was the Secretary of the Treasury for my student government at LCC in Eugene, Oregon, ASLCC, and I don't remember any time that the students actually got what they wanted. It generally was a waste of time. I can't think of anything that I did that year that was actually worth my time. It was all just a waste. It was going to a bunch of meetings and regurgitating a bunch of propaganda, and then you have to be on the side of the other people there, so they force you to believe their politics. And then the same thing happens from the African American student unions. They are there specifically to cry rivers of lib tears, they're there specifically to get people jobs, such as with the Women's Studies and African American Studies degree, or the African American Women Studies degree. And but the problem is that the skills that they're selling these people, the only thing that they're qualified to do is replace white males in the workplace with people who are more younger and more diverse. So this is kind of where I got a problem with our tax money being used to get students into a massive amount of debt. And then at the same time, using that to push anti-racism from all of the systemic oppression that came from all of the other policies. You're like, oh, you're saying, oh, well, there's the oppression of the African Americans is so bad that they need to have these programs in the university that are there to make sure there's less white males, and then promote people of color and African American women over the white males. And obviously this is going to backfire very badly, because I mean, these are just something, these people don't support that. I mean, what black guy is going to sit there and say, yeah, that's what I support? Every single one of them is saying, this is uncomfortable. This is not right. This isn't, no. See, but this is the problem with white liberals, especially the white feminists right now, is they're always, they sit up top, they ivory tower, pushing policies that it's like they have this organization and they have to keep pushing out these policies because it's a machine. It's like the student governments. It's not like they're there to fix a certain problem. They're just always there, and they have to have problems and so if the problems aren't there, then they create the problems. And this can be detrimental for the following generations of African American youth. Like, the kids are completely innocent in this. All of this stuff that is going on from like small groups of radicalized people in far leftist universities on Facebook and at their mom's basement, online, being a keyboard warrior, trying to start internet wars with the Confederates, the white supremacists, the neo-Nazis, the fascist, and it is spiraling out of control before our eyes. We are seeing massive murders. We're seeing multi-month-long riots with brutal violence, assaults, and shootings being commonplace. And then the police are now being defunded, and they're just quitting and giving up. Let's see, where are we at? In this next article from the Times of Israel, Israel tells UN Hezbollah cell crossed border with sniper rifles and fatigues. The ambassador Erdogan files formal complaint with the Security Council over July 27th incident, in which IDF officials say members of the Lebanon terror group entered Israeli territory. This next article from Hacker News, reversing mental age with psychedelics. It's coming at you from mad.science.blog, quirky science. There's some overlaps in the effects of serogenic psychedelic drugs such as LSD, peyote, psilocybin mushrooms, and also that the state of mind that newborn infants and young children are in. These drugs induce an alteration of senses, some which can be viewed by byproducts of plasticity and learning. This can be explained throughout the essay. This will be explained throughout the essay. The reason for these psychedelic visual effects might be a byproduct of the calibration of the senses. The effect of psychedelic drugs on users' brain may resemble the childhood critical period. In this research proposal, the aim is to compare measures of brain activity with fMRI of infants, adults, and adults on psychedelics to see what similarities and differences exist between these groups. So this is a very interesting article here. If you want to find a link to it, I need to remember to put the links up. This show, Coffee, the Real Simple News with Coffee, is designed so it's easier to set up. So I need to start copying and pasting these links, and I haven't. But forgive me, I'm just going to start putting them in. Trying to set it up so I can put out more videos, because it's if I put out one video per story, I would be flooded with videos. So I'm trying to not pull a Timcast here. Oops. In this next article from the New York Post, France deploying riot police to enforce masks. The French government is sending riot police to Marseille in region in order to enforce mask requirements, as more and more towns and neighborhoods are imposing mask rules starting Monday to slow rising infections. Government spokesperson Gabrielle Attal announced Monday that 130 police officers are being sent to Marseille region, which expands its ... riot police to enforce masks. So what are they? They're having mass protests. Now, didn't I have another article that was about this, the mask protests? They have very, very large mass protests. Here's another article here. Next article from Newsweek. Anti-mass protest across Europe as coronavirus cases rise 4 days in a row. Here's a picture of the normal people out there protesting for normality. I 100% endorse these people. Definitely don't think that we should be wearing masks. There's too many repercussions that could be made. About 50% of the people who die from COVID are over the average age of death. A third of them have pre-existing conditions such as diabetes and cancer. Cancer kills 600,000 people per year. Diabetes kills 85,000 people per year. If you take out all of those people out of the equation, because you can't really just look at this entire thing like the death rate from this is whatever we're seeing this year. You do have to look at this as over time. What is the total death rate that we're going to see when we start to add in all of the suicides and the people who were also never born into the equation? Because in America, there's about 4 million people born per year. I can't remember exactly. I think it's 4 million. If I'm wrong, comment on realsimplenews.net/issue 80. But there's 200,000 people who die here. Actually, I can do the math, because there might be 2,000 people die this year from it. So we can do the math on that. There's about 200,000. It's 5% of the total. Yeah, there's 4 million. About 4 million people born every year. So the deaths from COVID are about 5% of the total births. To put it into perspective, the vast majority of people, not the vast majority, half of the people who are dying are over the average age of death. But our birth rate is taking a huge dip. So we're going to end up with less people being born. So, I mean, I'm not saying that we should go out there and cause a lot of people to die for no reason, but you do have to take into account that there's about 50,000 people who kill themselves every year in the United States. When the pandemic began, the suicide rate went up 356%. If that continued over the course of a year, then you would see about 200,000 deaths from suicide. It is very traumatic for people to not be able to see people's faces. I saw somebody in the grocery store yesterday, my friend Alberto, hadn't seen him in a long time, and he had a mask on, and I could not recognize him. He started talking to me, and I'm like, what, huh? But this can cause people to lose connections with people. It can cause a lot of depression. 1 in 4 Americans has contemplated committing suicide recently. I mean, that's 35.5 million people. Hold on. 37 million people, something like that. That's an insane number of people contemplating suicide. There's a lot of harm that can be done. And you do have to understand the mentality of the Democrats and the European liberals who are trying to take over. They think it's their moment to shine. They're going to protect people and that everybody's going to love them. And if you don't listen to the science, then you're a science denier. You're the enemy. You're the one that's causing their loved ones to die. And so they'll lash out at you. And this is the problem of this entire group of people has been doing stuff like this for a long time. They're just getting called out on it. Once you see the behavior pattern that these people engage in with attempting to tell them anything that they want to hear to get them to like on the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them, you'll find them to be very detestable. That's a pretty scummy thing to do, to force everyone into a lockdown and cause mass amounts of suicide and cause people to delay getting COVID until they have diabetes or cancer. Because I don't have diabetes or cancer right now, but there's absolutely no guarantee that I'm not going to have cancer or diabetes in the future when I get COVID. I am young. I'm in really good shape. I've already had COVID once. I was one of the first people in my town to get it. And I remember hawking. I had so much mucus coming out of me. I had like a booger the size of my nose or my thumb just fall out of my nose one day. It was disgusting. It was like freakish size of my big thumb. Big thumb, because there's a little thumb, right? I'm joking. Well, it's nice to see that not everyone in Europe is brainwashed. They are brainwashed. They're under the spell of China over there. They still think that China is this benevolent dictator, that they're just there to help them. In reality, China is a very bad actor, and they're going to sell us on the worst possible thing that you could possibly sell us on: cultural Marxism. In China, they still have not divorced themselves from China. Or hold on, in Europe, they have not divorced themselves from China yet. So they do engage in authoritarian groupthink over there. They think they're just trying to help people out. They don't understand this is the mentality of a cultural Marxist. The entire reason why they're being nice to you is because they want to wipe out your culture because they hate it. And the only way that they can get you to go along with it is if they're nice to you. So when fascism does come to America, it will be wrapped up in an American flag with a no, that wasn't what this is what they used to say. Hold on. That's a phrase that I've said a number of times, but maybe I'm going to have to walk that phrase back. So fascism, when it's coming to America, it's saying, actually, it's not dressed up in an American flag. This is what the people on the left have been saying. No. What has fascism been dressed up as? It's been dressed up like Antifa. It's been dressed up like white feminist. they've been very anti-American. So I'm sorry, walking that statement back. So where are these protests going on? Are they going on in the UK and Germany? It says amid fears of a second wave, the coronavirus outbreak in Europe, hundreds gathered on Sunday in Spanish capital of Madrid and Belgian capital of Brussels to protest against the mandatory wearing of masks and other restrictions imposed by both countries to help curb the spread of the virus. Both protests followed a 4-week streak of rising daily new cases in August 11th through 14th across Europe, which has more than 3.7 million confirmed cases. New cases in the region increased 4 consecutive weeks from the week commencing July 13th. I'm tired of all this fear propaganda, dude. It's like they're like watching the stock market, and then anytime the stock market goes up, they're like writing a news article about the stock market, but it's like coronavirus. And it really is just irritating to have to read this all the time. It's called fluff. Fluff is stuff that these companies like Newsweek put into their articles that are such as amid the backdrop of coronavirus cases, there has been increase in coronavirus cases around the country. There's been 163 deaths. And so you usually see it in the context of amid the backdrop or whatever the setting is. And it's because they have to paint the picture for you. But they end up just regurgitating this crap just over and over and over and over and over again. And after a little while, dude, you're like, I'm so sick and tired of talking to them, reading them say, amid the backdrop of coronavirus, where 163,000 people have died in the United States. Like, they have to tell you, like, they have to build up all of the reasons why you should be afraid in all of these articles, and it's called fluff. It's just stuff that you fill in there to fill up the news articles because it's a numbers game. In order to make money with these free articles, you have to put out so many of them because only a small percentage of them are actually going to reach the customer. And they fill them up with fluff. So if you could probably actually fit most of the news story in 1 or 2 paragraphs at most, probably actually more like less than 100 characters even. So the rest of it, they have to just fill up with fluff, and then they start radicalizing themselves on the fake news. They start to believe their own lies, and we get the fake news industrial complex brought to you by Fake News Week, the Daily Fake Mail, the and Jeff Bezos, and who else has got a fake news? I have to go to the bathroom really quick. I'm sorry. All right, I'm back. What do we got? I need to get through this quicker. There's like 3 other news shows. I am starting another news channel, Real Simple News with Science, that's dedicated to the science news. So I'm trying to skip over the science news here. In this next article from the Times of Israel, Jared Kushner is worthy of a Nobel Peace Prize. His work on the United Arab Emirates-Israeli deal should put him in the running for a prize. But with Trump as his father-in-law, the chances are 0. The resounding scream of no from those who can't stand Jared Kushner's father-in-law might be loud enough to split the atmosphere or set off earthquake warning seismometers the world over, leaving the predictably aside, an unbiased and honest assessment would determine that Kushner should at least be in the conversation. If we used Nobel Prize Committee's very own template, that an extraordinary effort to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples are a qualifier for the prize, then Kushner would at least make the first cut. There's no denying that he's been at the epicenter of some truly critical international diplomacy, but does his being U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law stop such considerations dead in its track? It should not, most especially in the light of what he just did to pull off, or what he helped to pull off, namely the announcement that Israel and the UAE are going to normalize diplomatic relations. Democrat, Republican, liberal, or conservative, this is significant and real steps forward in the Middle East peace process must be acknowledged as such. This is really, really shines a light on how bad this Trump derangement syndrome is. These people in the fake news media industrial complex, the FNIC, they have been self-radicalizing not only themselves. It's like they're doing the clickbait strategy where they have to put out so many free articles in order to get a subscriber. They have to have hit so many salacious points, or they're not going to be able to get any subscriptions. And then so the articles that they're writing, they're writing them to sell to a specific group of people. They're literally purchasing this stuff from Newsweek, and then they're causing a lot of problems around the world just from people's blatant bigotry against conservatives. It's really come down to bigotry because they're intolerant. This is the fundamental problem with banning free hate speech. Like in Europe, they banned hate speech. They think, oh, well, this is a quote from somebody on Twitter in a conversation they had with me. It's quote, oh, it doesn't matter if you ban hate speech because we have all of these other freedoms. They think hate speech is not freedom. But the problem with this is that the definition of hate speech is not really like a fixed thing. It's very subjective. It's not objective. So in order to prosecute for someone for this in a crime, you're having to bring a subjective thing into an objective courtroom. And people are going to then start to abuse it against their political enemies. So they're going to start broadening the definition of what hate speech is. Then they're going to start targeting more political enemies because it's politically expedient for them to do so. If they can win by excluding you, canceling you, making people hate you, that's what they're going to do because they're going to get a reward from it, and they're going to subconsciously do it because their brains have gotten reinforcement learning that reinforces the behavior pattern. They won't even know they're doing it for benefit. They'll think they're doing it because it's right, but in reality, they're doing it because they get a benefit from this. And it is sad that they would not give Jared Kushner they wouldn't even think about giving Jared Kushner a Nobel Prize. They would think, no, he's related with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a far-right fascist who could be a dictator. That's what they think. It's because the FNIC, the fake news industrial complex, is making money by brainwashing you to think this. if you actually ask them one-on-one, they would probably, most of these journalists would probably say a lot of this stuff is just not legit. But there's so much of it, you can't really address all of the different articles individually. There's no like feedback section for it. There's no way that you can fact check anything that they say. So the system is just going riding roughshod. They're just running over people, canceling people, and it really sucks that people aren't trying to build Donald Trump up and make him a successful president, because Donald Trump is an incredibly successful president. This is why the left hates him so much, is because Donald Trump is a threat to the left, because Donald Trump does the job very well. You might not like some of the things that come out of his mouth, but it is a free country. He has a right to say these things. And the evidence definitely shows that the result of what Donald Trump has done is definitely not authoritarian. It's not racist. It's not sexist. I can't even think of anything that Donald Trump's done that's been sexist or racist. Oh, but he like enforced our immigration policy. Like, actually, it's racist to not enforce our border policy. If you don't enforce our border policy, or if any country doesn't enforce their border policy, their neighbors will slowly start to annex their territory. They'll send people over, illegal immigrants, to go live there. They'll occupy it. They'll make the people there speak the language that they speak, and then they'll annex it. That's why you have immigration laws, because if you don't, you'll have massive wars. But they've turned this whole thing into a basically what amounts to a cyber weapon targeted at the white males, because they don't want us to enforce our border policies, because it biases it towards the immigrants, because we live in a country where we have white feminists in control, and they want them to put off having a child until their 30s. They want you to have your cake and eat it too. And then the people are dying off. They're not having children. Their birth rate's going down. You're supposed to have 2.1 kids if you want to maintain our population, but ours is at about 1.6. And you can't say anything about that because they'll say you're racist. You can't say birth rates. That's white supremacy, man. Like, really? Facts are racist now. Huh. I guess when you're in batshit crazy land, facts are racist. But the reality of the situation is, if a law is having a disparate effect on one specific race of people, then that race is that is illegal. So in America, let me get out the debate data here. I made this chart. So like in America, here's the birth rates. Chart shows it, projected birth rates out to 2060. They're dipping down what looks to be about half a person or so. That's a lot. Birth rate dipping in like a half a person is a lot, dude. Remember, you got 2.1. You need to have 2.1 kids to maintain your population. So when you go from 1.6 down, and you take 0.5%. Hold on. You take 0.5 off of that, then you go down to only child. And so here's that chart from the, I show this chart a lot. It's from the U.S. Census Bureau. U.S. populations 1900 to 2016, population projections from 2017 to 2060 by immigration scenario. And you can see if we cut off immigration, our population is going to decrease. But if we have a low immigration scenario, population would be 376.2 million. High immigration scenario, 446.9 million people. The delta between that, 70 million people. Democrats want the high immigration scenario. Republicans want the low immigration scenario. Some of them want the no immigration scenario. Actually, a lot of Democrats also want the no immigration scenario too. But you can see, here's the chart of the languages that they're speaking, the immigrants coming in. They're Spanish speaking. Here's the percents of the immigrants coming in. You can see most of them are 25% are from Mexico. Another 25% from South America. Here's from people coming in from Asia, and then here is the Europeans. Here's the chart of the percent of U.S. families in California that were born of immigrants in 1990. The number, it was like 72%, 73.2%. Hold on. Is that the right number? Okay, so it's like about 40%, and then it goes, hold on, that's like 37%, and then it goes almost up to 50%. The numbers aren't on there. You can go to Migration Policy Institute at this, the links right here. You could also see what else is on here. So what does this have to do with this article? They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that your birthright's dipping and you're being replaced with Latinos because the feminists are they're white feminists are convincing women to put off having children till their 30s, and it kills off your genetic line. You go from having a birth rate of 1.6 down to only child, and that kills off your family line. It turns you into a beta. You are no longer an alpha at that point in time. You are now one of the genes marked for elimination in the United States. You can't exist because of sexism and because the white man is racist. So this means that you can't enforce your border policy, because if you did, then it wouldn't bias it towards immigrants. And so you have to understand, where is all this stuff coming from? Because all around the world, everybody enforces their immigration laws. It's separate in liberal countries. You have to look at, why are they doing that? It's because of all these anti-racist people shaming them. It's because of ivory tower liberals who are telling people whatever they want to hear to get them to like on the post, buy the product, watch the ad, and vote for them. And they won't acknowledge any of the good things that people do, like the peace deal that Jared Kushner brokered here. They just want to only focus on the negative things, and the reason for that is because of that the other article that we covered. They want you to associate negative things with Donald Trump. They want you to associate negative things with Jared Kushner, everybody who's a part of the Trump family. They do focus groups. They find in these focus groups, what are the things that we can do to make people have a negative view of this person? What are the things that we can do to make them have a positive view of our candidate, or a positive view of the other candidate? And then they'll fight those things, make sure that people don't have a positive view. That's called hyper competition. So I think we should give Jared Kushner the Nobel Peace Prize for this. I think that would be a great thing to do. The liberals definitely have shown they're definitely not getting the Nobel Peace Prize this year. Nope. Cutting the lefties off. Should have been cutting the lefties off the entire time. This next article from the New York Post: woman who ripped her eyes out while high on meth gets prosthetics. A South Carolina woman who gouged her eyes out during a meth-induced psychotic episode, which she thought she could save the world, has received a pair of prosthetic eyeballs that appear to appear more normal to the outside world, according to a report. There's an image of the woman. She was very pretty. If you're watching this and you're doing meth, you definitely should not rip your eyes out. I know in the moment it might seem like you were going to be able to save the world by ripping your eyes out, but it is indeed actually a drugged out psychosis, and it is a tragedy. This woman lost her eyes in such a tragic way. What a beautiful woman. Don't do meth. This next article from the Daily Mail, missing Lego piece falls out of a boy's nose 2 years after he pushed it up his nostrils. The 7-year-old Samir Anwar from Dunedin, New Zealand, was taken to local GP by his parents after he inserted the tiny toy part, a Lego figure hand, into his nose in 2018. Here is the piece. Looks to be an arm of a Lego person. Here is the young man who had the Lego in his nose for 2 years. His parents took the boy to the doctor, who failed to find the Lego part at that time. The missing piece unexpectedly dropped out of Samir's nostril 2 years later. It reappeared when the young child took a big sniff of cupcakes and felt pain. So, if there's any kids watching this, probably shouldn't be watching this show, but don't be sticking Legos up your nose. Don't do meth and rip your eyeballs out. This next article from Newsweek, everything Rush Limbaugh has said about Kamala the Snitch Harris. Conservative radio host frequently discussed Harris's one-time relationship with Willie Brown on his show. Limbaugh has repeatedly referenced a sexist slur against Senator Kamala Harris and discussed an article about how she blazingly slept her way into politics. On his radio show, the right-wing host was talking about the recent firing of veteran NBA photographer Bill Baptist, who shared a meme on Facebook about the presumptive Democratic vice presidential nominee under Joe Magoo Biden. The image was a mock campaign slogan reading Joe and the Ho. According to a transcript of the August 14th show, Limbaugh said he posted an image that read, quote, Joe and the Ho, end quote, H-O-E. Now, do you think that's about Joe and the Ho? Question mark. Quote, anyways, he's Baptist gone, quote, Joe and the Ho, end quote, end double quote. Limbaugh has never condemns the sexist language before immediately going on to discuss the article that appeared into the American Spectator called Why It Should Matter That Women, that Kamala Harris slept her way up to the top. All right. Well, let me be the dad here and explain to you exactly what's wrong with being a slut and a hoe. Okay. When you are a slut and a hoe, people use you as a cum dumpster. People have no respect for you. And that's because the other guys wanted to sleep with you and they couldn't. and you might be spreading diseases around, and you're making it so that it's our marriages aren't as good because you're just making sleeping around being like a normal thing. So in reality, this is the way the world works. You have impressions when you meet people. They make up their mind about you. And after they've made up their mind about you, their mind is probably going to be made up. At that point in time, if they think that you're a slut or a ratchet and that everybody's going to get a turn, they might not hire you for a job. They might not like choose to hang out with you. And this isn't actually discrimination based upon your sex. This is actually because you're a ratchet ass hoe and you've been acting like a slut. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with slut shaming. In fact, I think it's actually funny. Especially when they get really pissed off. Because the reality of the situation is, if it really actually isn't that big of a deal, then you should be big enough that it's just water off a duck's back, right? But there's a problem with this whole statement. It's not just water off a duck's back. It actually gets under your skin. You really don't like that. Who wants to be called a ratchet ass hoe cum dumpster? I mean, come on. Nobody wants that, right? So even though in a perfect world, everybody should just be nice to you, the fact is, if you have pictures of you jerking off 20 different dudes in a at the porn shop downtown doing glory holes and peekaboos, you're probably not going to get the job. You're probably not going to be allowed to work for your local schools. If you do work as a veterinarian, you could probably actually get away with that, actually. In fact, I'm pretty sure that everybody would think that that was totally hot. In fact, also, too, if you were a nurse, too, that would be totally awesome. But if you got, what's that one chick's name? Corey Chase, right? If you see Corey Chase walking into a school, what does that mean? If you see this woman walking into a school, what does that mean? That probably means she's going to do some stepmom porn there. She's not getting a job at the elementary school. I mean, I know this sounds completely obvious, right? But these women are absolutely going nuts on the incest porn. It's like a normal thing. It is an absolutely normal thing in the porn industry for people to do incest porn. And that's because they're creating a mob of cucks on the internet who are addicted to freaky, weird porn because they've seen so much porn that it is no longer the same. And so they need to have stepmom porn because now nobody else wants to have sex with them and nobody else wants to have sex with their mom. So then they just jerk off thinking about having sex with their mom. And they're getting paid. They're doing mommy daddy porn on the internet, dude. And then they're complaining that they can't get a job as a teacher in the elementary school. You're like, really? Really? I mean, for real. They just think that they can do anything that they want. Absolutely anything. And that there's zero repercussions for it, right? We live in a real world. I know that you want to do everything too. I personally endorse you to have freaky, weird group sex. In fact, if you know any people having freaky weird group sex, you should comment on issue number 80 at realsimplenews.net/issue 80. So what? Okay, so back to this article. Is it okay that Kamala slept her way up to the top? So she's from California. Let's look up Kamala the Snitch Harris on Wikipedia. All right. Kamala the Snitch Harris. She's from Oakland. She was a lawyer. We want to know, would you tap that? Comment on realsimplenews.net/issue 80. Let's see. What does Maya Harris look like? There's Maya Harris. Question, would you tap that? Comment on realsimplenews.net/issue 80. Democrat, Oakland, California. She graduated from Howard University in the University of California, Hastings College of Law. Began her career at Alameda County District Attorney's Office for being recruited at San Francisco DA's office. Later, the City Attorney of San Francisco's office. In 2003, she was elected DA of San Francisco. She was elected Attorney General of California in 2010 and reelected in 2014. She defeated Loretta Sanchez in the 2016 Senate election to become the second African-American woman in the first South Asian American to serve in the United States Senate. As a senator, she supported healthcare reform, the descheduling of cannabis, passage for citizenship, a path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, the DREAM Act, ban on assault weapons, and progressive tax reform. Okay. So, did she deserve to come up? All right. So, in the circle that she's in, the extremely corrupt California Democrats, she was saying she wants path citizenship. So she wants to give all the illegal immigrants citizenship because she's in California and it's a sanctuary state. The DREAM Act, I support. I think that it's kind of common sense to attempt to recruit the best and the brightest from everywhere. So I'm going to say, as a Republican, I too also support the DREAM Act. Ban on assault weapons, definitely not. No, I want assault weapons to protect my castle. Progressive tax reform. So basically what she endorses is giving money to people to get them to vote for you. So question, did she deserve to come up in the hierarchy based upon her platform here? What are the redeeming qualities of Kamala the Snitch Harris as a vice president of the United States? What are her redeeming qualities over Mike Pence? What is it that makes Mike Pence a bad candidate for vice president? And then Mike Pence is a good candidate for president. Well, I definitely would think that because of what I've seen from Kamala the Snitch Harris, she was a prosecutor. So she is the kind of person that would snitch you out. She supports radical lefties, and radical lefties typically come up in their social hierarchy through some of the following ways: people liking their post, people buying their product, people watching their ads, and people voting for them. So, I personally, in my experience, because I'm trying to bring us back to the point of the article. So, what does this have to do with whether or not she's qualified to be the vice president? First off, if you're going to be the vice president, people have to respect you. So typically, once somebody's slept with somebody, they don't really respect them as much afterwards. Like, if you are sleeping around in the office, you're probably going to be fired, unless you're sleeping around with the boss. If you're sleeping around with the boss, then you're going to get promoted. Everybody is going to agree that person should not be promoted because they're sleeping with the boss, except for the sluts. I think that's kind of where it lies with this whole issue. I think in terms of whether or not she could garner respect from the vast majority of people, it depends. What are the legitimacies of these claims? How many corrupt California Democrats has she boned? We want to know the list. If you know any California Democrats or anyone else who Kamala Harris has had sex with, you should comment on realsimplenews.net/issue 80. It says, according to the transcripts of his August 14th show, Limbaugh said, quote, he posted an image that read Joe the Hoe and, oh, wait, hold on, I read this. The article from conservative site discussed Harris's relationship from 3 decades ago with Willie Brown, a former Speaker of California Assembly and Mayor of San Francisco. During the segment, Limbaugh quotes part of the articles which state, in no secret but public knowledge, that Kamala Harris slept her way up into California political life by being a very public escort and mattress for California Democrat or a kingmaker Willie Brown. Okay. I definitely see why this is bad. So I live in Oregon. Oregon's a brainwashed leftist state. We're controlled by extremely corrupt Democrats who bow down to the will of the batshit crazy lunatic white feminists, like the old ones, the lunatic hippie chicks, like the ones who like say they're hippie, but nothing about them is actually hippie, and they're white and they flip out a lot. So they like have some mental health issues, and then they go down to the city council and then they rant about lunatic stuff. So these are the people that placate into those kinds of people. So in these circles of Democrats, what I have seen, because I have some friends who've been politicians in the state of Oregon, and from my experience with interactions and observations of Kitty Piercy, who is Eugene's former mayor, who is a white feminist, radicalized liberal, she only had that job because people thought that she was nice and hippie, and she did a horrible job as mayor of Eugene. And she would endorse very specific people. So she had this tremendous amount of pull with people because she had been mayor for so long. And the last time that I saw her was at a Democrat. My friend was running for Senate, and I went to go, he's a black Republican. I went to go show support for him. And I remember that she was there and that she was endorsing another candidate who was not there. Okay. And because this candidate was not there, she went and in proxy promoted for this politician who was not there. I never met this politician, but I remember that was just, it seemed to me like that was incredibly odd, because me personally, you would never ever catch me going out to a political event advocating for another politician, I just wouldn't have time. So you got to think, like, why does this person even have time? Like, she's got all this pull from the Democratic Party. And then I remember the person that she was with, there was another Democratic candidate who was, I think she was a shoo-in for the election. She had like blonde hair. She was probably 40, mid-40s or something. But I remember she had that big Democrat vibe of like, I'm going to give you all this money and vote for me. I just remember it just felt like there was a corrupt group of people with a bunch of money there, that they were only there because they had money. That's I think the fundamental problem with the Democrats is that they kind of exist because they have a currently existing infrastructure that they have to continue to create new things. They can't just like stop doing what they're doing or the money's going to dry up. So they have to, even if they don't have something good to go on, they have to go on something, anything. The Republicans are trying to conserve what we already have. So they don't really get shit flinged at them for this, because they're trying to preserve classical liberalism, freedom of speech, the Constitution. But the Democrats, it's like they're just trying to give you money to get you to vote for them. They're not going to actually do something that makes it so that you have more money in your pocket. In the end of the day, they just want to give you money to make them vote for you. I think that's the most slimy thing that they do as a whole. They just tell you whatever you want to hear to get you to like on the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. And so whenever they start using sex to come up, they're like, vote for me because I've been sleeping with lots of people and they have my back. These other people that support them are in with the corrupt establishment, the groups of business people who are funding the Democratic Party that give all these donations to all these various people. And if they want you to succeed, they can give money to your campaign, and they can also give money to competing campaigns to suppress politicians that they don't like. This is the crony establishment. These are the people who are causing all of these problems, the ivory tower liberals, the ones that sit up top, the ivory tower, telling you whatever you want to hear to get you to like the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. And they're making up just whatever because they're testing it on these focus groups. And then whatever the focus group said, they're like, yeah, I'll go with that. You know, none of these reasons have anything to do with this is a good idea and we're all going to be better off if we do this. All of these ideas are based on, we hate this white people are bad. We have to take out the white males. The racist white males are preventing the immigrants from taking over the country. So we have to take them out. It's like all of this stuff is like, there's never anything here that's actually trying to help me out. This is the fundamental problem. I live in Oregon where there's 1.9% black people. Kamala the Snitch Harris and Joe Magoo Biden, their plan is that they want to give out $15,000 loans to first-time minority home buyers. They want to give business loans to minorities, and they want to make the Federal Reserve talk about race. Of course, they have some other things, but these are this is actually part of the Magoo Snitch 2020 campaign propaganda platform, is that they really are trying to make the Federal Reserve talk about race. And why? Because they pulled it in a focus group and people felt good about it. That's fundamentally why they do what they do, is because it makes people feel good. There's a problem with just feeling good. We live in a real world where not everything is perfect, where there's a whole bunch of people and it's insanely difficult to make anything work. That's the problem. You just do whatever you want to feel like doing, You're going to end up 500 pounds or dead from a heroin overdose. Because in the real world, if you just continue to do dopamine hit after dopamine hit after dopamine hit, you turn into a drug addict. But to the Democrats, it's just ding, 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 ding. Because it's just a focus group. All they're doing is just whatever makes people feel good, riding off the waves of whatever they're working on. Like, there's no real actual policies here. At least the Republicans, when they put money back in your pocket, it's because it was actually your money in the first place. They're going to allow you to keep your money. What are the Democrats going to do? They're going to take your money and give it to a minority to get the Latinos to vote for them. Right? They're going to take the money away from the men to give to the women so the women can work 50 hours a week and put off having a kid until their 30s and kill off their genetic line so that we're forced to replace the white people with Latinos. That's how fucked up Democrats are. They are so fucked up that they would flip a wig if they heard me say that. But I don't give a fuck what you gonna do. I'll be right back. I gotta get through these articles faster. I'd have to. I got the trying to start that real simple news with science thing. This next article from the Daily Mail: Adelaide couple jailed after filming sex acts with their dog. Kevin and Rebecca Threadgold lashed out at reporters outside of South Australian District Court in Adelaide, after they were sentenced for their disgusting actions with their dog in May 2017. Get a picture of the people. They just showed us the dog. And it's a stock photo. It's not actually the dog. It's actually just a stock photo of some random dog. We don't have any sort of pictures that we can shame these people. I don't know. This next fake news article from the Daily Mail: Melania reportedly refuses to hold Trump's hand in frosty exchange as they arrive in D.C. The frosty encounter took place on Sunday evening when the president and first lady arrived at Joint Base Andrews in Washington, D.C. after spending the weekend in New Jersey. So they're walking down the stairs, and she's carrying a purse. Let's see. Oh, my desktop audio is down. I guess you can't hear the audio, huh? I'll fix that. Oh, dear. Well, I missed it because I was looking at the thing. What was the Frosty exchange here? So the story they'll try to paint you is that their marriage is on the rocks because Donald Trump's a racist, misogynist who locks up children in cages. And in reality, if you look at the picture of what they did, everybody has their hand on the rail, including Donald Trump. Donald Trump has his hand on the rail. Melania has her hand on the rail. Person behind her has their hand on the rail. Melania has a purse in her hand. Obviously wasn't a correct time to hold her hand because she needed to be able to have access to her stuff, and it just didn't feel right. It was kind of awkward. A little bit of an awkward thing, but this goes to show you why we call it the Daily Fake Mail. It's because they put out so many fake news articles per day because only a small percentage of them will actually lead to advertising revenues. So they have to maximize the number of articles they have. So now I have to read 1,000 of their headlines. Wait, hold on, not 1,000. It takes me an hour and a half to read the news for a day or something through the RSS feeds, and they're just flooded in these feeds. I would prefer to put other news sources up here, but they flooded the RSS news feed with Fake News Week, Daily Fake Mail, and New York Post, which isn't anywhere near as egregious. What do we have? This next fake news article from the Daily Fake Mail. In scientific experiments at University Edinburgh's School of Engineering, not a single droplet was emitted by participants wearing surgical masks, the study claimed. So this is trying to convince you that you should wear a mask and that you should terrorize the deaf people who can no longer see the words coming out of your mouth. You should put off getting COVID until next year when you have cancer and diabetes. And that somehow that everyone wearing a mask is going to somehow lower your chance of dying from COVID. This is not true. There are indeed actually other factors that come into play when you're talking about your own health here, because let's be real, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make yourself more healthy by wearing the mask. But there's a problem with wearing the mask is that if you have a new mask, if you do it the sterile way, then this would be true that wearing a mask would actually help you. But if you are reusing the mask, then if let's say you have COVID and then you sneeze on the mask, then you reuse the mask. That COVID's going to stay on the mask for a month. So you can reinfect yourself with COVID by wearing the same mask. You can also, you can get viral particulates fall onto the mask as you wear it. And if you do not change it, you can start to inhale these viral particulates. There's also a problem of the cost of wearing the mask. So what is the cost for me for wearing the mask? It's going to be reduced ability to have a child because people are freaking out about COVID. I'm 38. There's not many years left. So every single year down is possibly potentially one child that I am no longer able to have. Then we also have the loss of business productivity. If we just went about our lives as normal, then we wouldn't have so much money lost. So when people start to lose businesses and jobs, it can cause them to commit suicide. 1 in 4 Americans has contemplated committing suicide recently. So they act like, oh, well, all that matters is whether or not people who are sick can go around with COVID because they have a mask on. This is the fundamental problem with it. Like, if you have COVID, what on earth are you going out for to infect people for? Fundamentally, if that person has COVID and they're going out and spreading COVID, that person does not care. That would be why they're going around spreading COVID. As for the rest of us, we're not going around spreading COVID. If I am sick, I'm going to stay at my house so that I don't give people COVID. If you are sick, you should stay at your house so that you don't give people COVID. If you have the flu, you should also, too, stay at your house so that you don't give everybody else the flu. But problem is, most people get COVID at their house. You're not going to sit around your house with a mask on your face, although plenty of brainwashed lefties are currently doing this at this moment. So that's the reason why people give COVID to 50% of the people infected with COVID were before they started to show symptoms. And the reason for that was because you had close interactions with people. So what's the alternative here? Don't have any sort of close interactions with people. Don't talk to anyone. Just sit in your house. No human contact. Don't see anybody's face. 50% of the people will be infected before the person knows that they are have any symptoms. 50% of them. Okay, so if you're going to cut COVID rates down, so like where you also have to look at where the other places of where people are getting them at. They're getting them at bars. They're getting it in social situations where they're talking to people one-on-one. So these people, they're going and talking with people and socializing. So they're probably not over the age of 45. So for them, it's not actually deadly for them to do that. It's actually healthy for them to do that because it's if you wait until next year, you might have cancer, you might have diabetes or some other pre-existing condition that will give you a much higher chance of dying from COVID. But people are obsessed with this whole oh, no, look at the mask. It blocks all the particulates out of the mask. Really? So how does that help me when I go to a grocery store? Oh, but you're indoors. Right. I mean, I'm inside of a place that has a really fancy cooling system that filters the air. Right. It's huge. You're not talking close to people. When you're at a grocery store, it's one of the lowest probability chance places that you're going to go to get COVID. There's no reason to wear a mask in a store. There's no reason. There's no evidence that shows that that is actually a necessary thing. If that was actually the case, all of these articles would say we've prevented a lot of COVID by making people wear masks. But there's a problem. There's no data that shows that. That's the problem with most of this COVID stuff is people are making these assumptions based off of assumptions they made from very limited data. They think, why don't you understand the science? You're not following the science. You're anti-science. Really? I definitely know way more about virology and COVID and the human immune system than 99.999% of America. I modeled the human immune system in engineering school for an AI algorithm modeling the viruses taking over cells as opposed to the white blood cells having an autoimmune response. That was my project in my AI class. And so I've learned a lot about how viruses replicate and how your immune system fights viruses. And I also made ventilators for COVID, an open source ventilator and a ventilator control platform on my Cooking with Kale show, where I do open source cookbooks with a document camera on a green screen. Well, not just a green screen, going back to the OG, my roots. But these people will say, I am being anti-science because I'm not being afraid. And they'll say, no, I took a class in college. I'm a biologist. Trust me, I got an A in chemistry. And then meanwhile, they're popping antidepressant pills at home. They're a complete neurotic mess. And if you actually saw the way that they behaved interpersonally and on Facebook, you would think that this person is a lunatic. But everything they say about COVID, you now are forced to believe everything that they say, because they'll flip a wig on you if you don't. And this is why all of these mask mandates and rules are coming out, because none of them have any sort of basis in reality. We're like, okay, well, so yeah, 50% of the people who are dying are over the age of, average age of death. All right. So then look at, where is it? Let me find the chart. It's miscategorized somewhere. Oh, here it is. Okay. So here's the chart of, I forget exactly where I pulled this off of. I think it was Statistica. I'm sorry, I didn't put the source down, did I? It's wealth by age in America. And it shows the wealth from 1989 to 2017 by the age groups. And so you could see this measly, pathetic red thing down here is the under 40 group of people. That's my age group. Yellows are the 40 to 54, followed by the 55 to 69, followed by the 70 plus crowd. The number is smaller, but that's because more of them have died off and they've given their money to the 40 to 54 crowd. So what you can see from this is that the people who are older, who are susceptible to COVID, the people who have the pre-existing conditions, these people have enough money that they can sit around in their house indefinitely until they die. It's because they saved up for their retirement and they have a massive, absolutely huge amount of money, and they probably have some rental properties too. They have a lot of other income sources that they you don't know about. So these are the group of people that we are supposed to sacrifice everything. We're supposed to make it so we don't have a family, so that we have increased suicide rates, so that our mortgages go under, and so our businesses go bankrupt, in order to protect this group of people who has enough money that they can sit around in their house until they die. This doesn't make any sort of sense. Me personally, I want to make out with some hot chick at a bar and get laid. And if you know any chicks that want to make out with me at a bar, you should comment on issues 80, realsimplenews.net/issue 80. Me personally, I want to see people's smiles. I went out to an unnamed bar in Eugene, and the most people weren't wearing masks, and I got to see people smiling, and there was a pretty woman who she was playing pool and she was smiling, and I got to see a pretty woman smiling. It's to me, the risk factor of me dying from COVID, like it's a risk reward situation. Like, what's the risk? What's the reward? Okay, so if I fuck this chick, what's the chance that I'm gonna get some STD? It's a lot higher than getting COVID. This is the thing. Is like, okay, or sorry, dying from COVID. You really have to look at that. Like, how many people die from STDs in the US each year? Right? What? Well, hold on. No, I shouldn't be laughing about the number of deaths here. Look at this. Hold on. No, that's not right. No. That's the number of deaths each year. Okay. I was going to say that's crazy. So, and then what are we trying to, from STDs, right? These: heart disease, cancer, accidents, chronic pain, stroke, Alzheimer's, diabetes, influenza, self-harm, suicide. Okay. Where's the STDs in here? So, 200,000 people, that would be about 10% of the deaths. The projected deaths for this year are going to be about 10% of the normal deaths. So, yeah, I mean, that's not something to discount, but you have to look at, look at this. Accidents. Look at the number of people that die just from accidents per year. 169,936 people die just from accidents per year. This is why these ivory tower liberals and the white feminists are going apeshit, batshit crazy. And it's not just the antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications. It's that they are failing to take into account the statistics of a large group of people with this many million people. They think, oh my God, 200,000 people are going to die from COVID. This is horrible. All right, well, look at all the other things that they're also too going to die from. They're going to die for 160,000 will die from chronic lower respiratory disease. Huh. Interesting. People with chronic lower respiratory disease 160,000 of them will die per year. Huh. I wonder why that is. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that there's 330 million people in the United States and about 2.814 million people die each year. Right? It's a statistic. I hate to be sound cold about it, but this is the reality. If you want to be a coward on a battlefield, you should focus on negative things, tuck tail, and run like a coward. If you want to win a battle, you should not be a coward. You should not tuck your tail, and you should focus on the issues that actually matter, and you should do it in a cold, cool, calculating manner. This is just reality. This is the problem with leftism, which is the focus on everything being fair above everything else, is that when you do, you can't see the forest for the trees. Like, these people are, all they can see are the COVID numbers are going up. COVID numbers are going up. But then they never, to them, they're just like, oh, COVID's going up. So it's just, all right, just all around the country, COVID is just going up, right? Everywhere. So like in Oregon, we have a COVID outbreak, right? You see this graph and you're like, well, Obviously, this graph is not smooth. It has a lot of bumps in it. So why are there a lot of bumps? Sorry. This is from the article from NBC News, graphic coronavirus deaths in the U.S. per day. It's constantly updated with the script. Definitely worth bookmarking. You have to look at all of these deaths from COVID as really where they're at. Here's the deaths from New York. As you can see, there's no additional death count here. It's actually, there's no COVID problem in New York. Don't need to wear a mask there. New Jersey, the COVID outbreak is over. Michigan, it's over. Massachusetts, it's pretty much over. It's not quite. Louisiana is not over. They had another pocket of infections. Connecticut, pandemic's over. California, it looks like they peaked and they've gone down. It's going to be going down. My prediction is they're going to have another pocket flare up. This stuff, basically, it's like a forest fire. It's like there's like fuel in the forest and there's a fire and it can burn. And so you could, when I fought forest fires for most of my life, and you eventually, after seeing these fires long enough, you know there's certain points where you just need to let the fire burn, because we can't put out the fire everywhere. Like, yeah, we could get that fire. I remember specifically this one fire near the mouth of the Grand Canyon. It was at a historical mining site, and it blew up into 200,000 acres, and we were fighting a couple of crews, Skookum Reforestation here in Eugene, and we were in a contract down in Utah, and we could have caught this fire, this brush fire. I remember I wanted to go so hard. I'm like, I can get it. I can get that right there. Just let me go. And they wouldn't let me go. That fire then turned into a 200,000 acre fire. You know, it's a risk assessment. It's like, yeah, I could throw myself at that fire. I could fight that fire, and I might die fighting that fire. But what is it worth? You know, what is it worth? For me, it wasn't really worth it. I just wanted to fight the fire. No, I didn't care about anything around there. I don't live there. I was just there for money. There's risk assessment when you're going to go in and you're going to fight a fire. You have to make a assessment as to how much benefit are we going to get? What's the risk? Who could die in the process of fighting this? And what is the difference in between us allowing it to just burn itself out like nature does, and us throwing a massive amount of resources to stop this? And those questions are never easy. The leftists want to say, no, we're going to hit every fire. We're going to put them all out. But there's a problem with putting out all of the forest fires, is that it actually causes more forest fires. Sounds counterintuitive, but forests need to burn. You can't just like stop forest fires by putting out every forest fire. Doesn't work that way. We live in a real world. There's resources, there's time, there's constraints on resources and time. So you have to take your resources and you have to fight them, use them in order to fight this disease as in a long-term strategy, not just a short-term strategy of people like to vote for people who support forest fires. Like, this is the thing. People used to vote for politicians because they said that they were going to fight more, be more aggressive fighting forest fires. You know, this is actually, it was a wave of people doing this at some point in time. Back when I was like in my 20s, because the people didn't know this stuff. And then they got the data, and then nobody does it. And they were advocating it for the policy because people voted for them, because they got a benefit, because there was money to be made in that process. And this is the same thing that's happening with the masks. They're like, okay, well, we have to shut down our economy. We have to, because some old people and some people with cancer who are probably going to die anyways soon might die a few months early. So we have to burden everyone else. We have to make it so that you can no longer kiss anyone. You can no longer have sex with anyone. You can no longer go out to a bar like normal. You can't just go to a restaurant. Most of them are closed down. The ones that are there don't allow you to sit inside. You have to sit outside. There aren't very many outside seating places. So this causes a lot of harm to our society that is not at all worth preventing somebody who is going to die, who had saved up money, and they are at their retirement home. They don't have to pay rent. They're on Social Security. They don't need the fact that they can get Social Security is the most blaring reason as to why they need to lock down. They need to be the ones that are preemptive quarantining. They need to wear masks. People who are sick need to wear masks. If you're sick, you probably shouldn't go out and give everybody COVID. Just in general, you should let nature deal with it. Nature is the best medicine. There's even 6 different strands of COVID, and only one of them is extremely deadly. That is the best vaccine that you can get right there. So I personally want to get the other 5 strands of COVID before I get the deadly strand of COVID, because I don't have cancer, I don't have diabetes, and I currently am running out of time to have more babies. If you too are running out of more time to have babies, you should comment at realsimplenews.net/issue 80. Where else? Okay, pretty much Ohio. They've been kind of low. Ohio's a very big state. That's pretty low. I would say that's low. They don't have Oregon on here. It's irritating. Let's go to covidusa.net and look up Oregon. This is my state. There's people watching from here. So let's go Oregon. We've had 388 deaths from COVID. That's about flu level. That's a bad flu season. So the way that you can, so here's I don't know why they put these infection rates are just junk science. So look here, it kind of went up. So this, I think Oregon is a good state to look at the graphs because of how it worked. The other states are a lot bigger. So Oregon I feel like this is kind of a good example of the over exaggeration that the media is having with this COVID thing. You can see, okay, well, we had people dying per day. How many people died per day? Average five deaths, right? So then we go to what's the population of Oregon? It's about 4 million. There's about 330 million Americans. So you go, that's how you do the math on it. You do 4 million. Hold on. Yeah, no, 4 million divided by 32 million. Or 330. It's saying 320, but that's wrong. Okay. So we're about 1.2% of the population. So there's about 2.8 million people who die per year. Right. And then we're going to multiply it times the other number. Wait, hold on. Oops. Right. So in Oregon, we would expect 33,000. Is that right? That's not right. Hold on. 1.2%, right? 4 divided by 320. Right. I knew that number looked wrong. No, it's 330. Right. So that's the ratio of the population of Oregon to the U.S., and then we would multiply that to 2.8 million. I'm having troubles. Yeah, I mean that is insane. That's all. Okay. Look at how many people die in Oregon statistically per year. That would be 33,938 or 940 people that die. Right? That's a lot of people. So when you say 338 of those 300 or those 33, let's just call it 34,000. Of those 34,000 people, 388 people is it's not a small number. It's 1.14% of the people who died were from COVID. That's not bad. That's really when you look at the realities of all the different ways that you can die in the world. Less than 1.5% of people died from COVID that year. All right. There's a lot of other ways you could have died too. We locked down, so there's also people that didn't die because they weren't in vehicle accidents. And then so when you start to look at, because like all the numbers in accurate, it definitely looks like an overreaction. They're like, oh, it looks so scary. I'm like, okay. It looks scary until you put it into comparison of all of the rest of the people that died. In fact, actually, if you looked at the number of people that die from seemingly mild infections, it would also, too, actually irritate you with the fear that they're selling you. And if you look through the RSS news feeds, like if you look, it's really neat to look through these RSS news feeds to see what are the crap that these people put out, because you see these patterns. They're clickbait patterns. They have to put in. When you look at these streams through the perspective of somebody who's trying to optimize their subscription count, you can start to see why there's so much fake news. It's because there's so many of these articles every single day. It's like, what's in here? Sydney woman escaped death. Some COVID, Spectrum Analyzer software, Open Ramen. Hacker News is awesome. You should follow. You should definitely check out our Hacker News RSS feed. It's dope. There's this one says from the New York Post, gun-toting St. Louis couple will declare support for Trump at RNC. Weren't they formerly Democrats? They were like BLM supporters before that happened. You'll notice that the pattern here is they're going to put out articles about things that are trending, because that's what they do. They go on Twitter, they look for things that are trending, they find things that they think could trend. And then they, once they put out an article, then all of the other companies, media outlets have to then put out another article to compete with theirs. And then what you end up with is just like a flood of COVID stuff in this article. It's like COVID this, COVID that. Honestly, it's been less COVID recently. This one from Daily Mail says more than 2,000 bus drivers to strike if masks aren't made mandatory on public transit in Sydney. So the people read this stuff and they think because there's so many of these articles out there that it must be legit, right? No, that's not actually true. It's not legit because of how many articles they put out there. It's the opposite of the truth, which is a repeating thing in leftism. It's typically the exact opposite of the truth. So let me see. I need to get through. I do have another show. I need to hit up the important articles as quickly as I can. Got to make sure that I'm not hitting any of them. This is going to be the story for Real Simple News with Science here, the Extinction Rebellion. And I will give you a tease if you were watching this, because you do want to know. There is also coming up, there is a star that is going 8% of the speed of light. It is warping time around it. And you will be seeing presented an alternative theory of gravity based on the revelation that phonons, which is a subatomic particle, can exchange heat with the vacuum of space, implying that there must be something there heating it up. So there's a alternative version of gravity that explains black holes in a very eloquent way. And it just so happens I am the author of this theory. It is called the theory of thermal relativity. And it does actually facilitate faster than light travel, technically. It makes you wonder what they were thinking when they said that you would shrink down to the size of a pea if you went the speed of light. That is absolutely crazy. But it is all basics based on a model of physics where the energy is being converted into mass, going into a black hole where E equals mc squared equals 0. This is why my nickname is Captain Kabuki. I am actually developing an open source spaceship that works on this principle. Now, the claim that that it can go faster than light is actually a relative claim. It's a relative velocity. It's a gimmick, and it requires a lot of it requires time to build up. So it's not a human scale. It's a universal scale machine. Here we go. In this next article from Hacker News, job seekers face exploitation as online recruitment is riddled with fake news. Coming at you through the New Statesman at newstatesman.com. It says, in such a dire job market, the fantasy of employment is highly lucrative, with fake vaccines and hiring stories going viral. Sorry, I can't talk today. When a blood-splattering job applicant tumbled into Michael Kovich's office, covered in dirt, grass, and jet fuel, he knew he had to hire him. The candidate, who was 7 months late to his interview, had been kidnapped for ransom after getting into an unlicensed taxi in Brazil. Months at the hand of his captors, eventually earning their trust. When they let their guard down, he escaped. He stole vehicle, drove off his captors in hot pursuit, made it to the local airport, slammed through the fences, and hot-wired a jet. He fueled it himself, skipped the safety checks, and took off. Destination job interview. That man deserves a job if that man actually exists. 100%, definitely. Kovich offered him a job on the spot. On LinkedIn, the world's largest online professional network, a trend is intensifying, that of influencers sharing fake stories about hiring people. Kovich invented his blood-covered interview candidate to parody an endless stream of posts featuring rain-soaked, teary-eyed people crawling out of the wreckage of cars and running across motorways to make it to interviews. The cast of unfortunate characters, from pregnant women to dying spouses to pregnant women with dying spouses to suicidal fathers with starving newborns, differs from post to post, but the format is always the same. A recruiter sees a candidate in a difficult situation, gets them a coffee, hires them on the spot. No interview required. Comment after comment follows. So aspiring. Wow, you're such an amazing hiring manager. Thank you for being kind to humanity. In a dire job market, the fantasy of employment is highly lucrative. More than 3 million UK households are in serious financial difficulty owing to COVID-19. For job seekers caught in the endless grind of applications and rejections, stories about recruiters taking pity on sobbing candidates who can't pay their rent are deeply attractive. The influencers who share these often plagiarized stories compete with hashtags grading with robotic empathy, hashtag compassion, hashtag be human, are scamming job seekers for their attention. For wannabe influencers, branding yourself as altruistic employer might be the fastest way to grow a platform in a pandemic. Oh, man. Oof. This is why I do open source, right? You can't talk shit about my company. Nobody can criticize my work that I do. I make open source technologies to help disabled people and people with memory problems that can help you learn. And I make music and lighting technologies, and I make open source spaceship, the Freedom Government, attempting to bring you an open source AI attorney. That's a newer project. Don't call me out on that one yet. But we are going to model the governments of the world in a computer through a generative adversarial network, make them argue the computer. And to be quite honest, I'm doing it to make a video game. It's going to be called the Bad Adult Simulator, where it's going to be like a job simulator with job simulator mixed with GTA 5. And so, but a lot of these people that you're going to find on YouTube that are like pushing you inspirational stuff, like they're really toxic. They're not good people. That's why they're on YouTube, dude. I'm on YouTube personally because I got canceled. Nobody else will speak for me. And the cultural Marxists are trying to destroy our culture. And they're trying to take out the white man because the African Americans and the Wham Man and the Kleenex can't compete. And they canceled me. And so I do mostly open source, and you can't cancel me. Like my business model is I give my stuff away for free, and then at some point in time you subscribe. So you're safe to watch this program. I don't have any real alternative motives here other than to have fun, which I think that most people would say that they fully support that. Even though sometimes I might be raw as fuck and straight up rude. As a whole, I support de-radicalization. I don't support racism. I support treating the next generation of people. The elimination, the inclusive elimination of permanent underclasses. I don't think that gangs in the city are doing anybody good. I think you should move out of these big Democrat-controlled cities. But all these other people up on, not all these other people, a lot of people that are trying to make money on the internet, they definitely don't have very good motivations. They seems to be like, with this entire equality movement, there's a lot of people who are incredibly toxic, who just want attention. They're like attention whores. And they will tell you anything that you want to hear to get you to like the post, watch the ad, buy the product, and vote for them. So that's why we call them ivory tower liberals, is because they sit up top, they ivory tower, trying to get you to support policies that in the end are extremely harmful to your family. And it's because they don't live in your family, or they don't live in your community. They don't know anybody there. They don't pay taxes there. They don't own any businesses there. They don't have any business there. They don't vote there. But they want to control how you work. And it's because there's certain people that come up in this social hierarchy when they engage in what is called toxic positivity. If you don't know what toxic positivity is, I would highly recommend learning about it from Robert Greene. That he is the man. Robert Greene is amazing. Let's look up Robert Greene, toxic positivity. So a lot of these things you'll find are him trying to sell his book, and it's actually got a lot of good information on it. Robert Greene wrote the 48 Laws of Power, which there's actually 50 laws of power. Probably and counting. But he came out with the new one, The Laws of Human Nature, recently. I thought it was amazing. I listened to the audiobook, and I learned so much. This book makes you feel so guilty when you hear it because everybody engages in these toxic behavior patterns at some point in their life. So you read that book, and the way he describes these toxic people, it could be you. It could have been me in some of these situations. And it kind of exemplifies how the border between toxic personalities and non-toxic personalities, it becomes very, very subtle. Like people don't understand that they're engaging in toxic behaviors. What they think is, I'm just trying to be a good person. I don't want to have people being negative around me, and I don't want them arguing. But what they don't understand is that let's see if they have anything about toxic positivity here. They don't. What they don't understand is they're engaging in elements of human nature that is partially motivated by our instincts to reproduce and to raise children. Women, some families do not want you to argue around the kid, and they will hate on you if you argue around the kid. They'll think you're toxic. So these people will get into the workplace, and they seem nice on the surface. They worked really hard in college. You think they're really smart. They're really nice, but in reality, they're incredibly jealous of other people's success. They're really petty because they worked really hard. They think, I worked really hard in my life. How you can't do that. Like, I invented a CO2 sequestration machine that's probably the world's most efficient water heater. It's crazy, simple, stupid. It's an ice machine that with ice water condensate, well, pure H2O. You know, like it's like a swamp cooler that you put pure H2O in, and then it causes the CO2 to turn into carbonic acid, and then you can make it pop back out when you boil it. So the trick is to recuperate waste heat from the side of your house using the swamp cooler, and then use some metal boundaries to like transfer the heat back into the water. So basically, it takes all the heat from your hot water and it puts it back into the hot water, and it breathes CO2. So it's a legit machine. I can explain to you how to do CO2 sequestration in like some number of minutes. It's actually incredibly easy. But to the vast majority of scientists, they hate when I talk about this, dude. They get so fucking jealous, man. They think, oh, this guy, he's so cocky. He's one of those toxic people that like, he's always bragging about this stuff. And like, what they don't understand is that I'm an open source geek. And to me, this is like the thing that I'm passionate about and I'll talk about all the time. But they think you have to be humble. You can't ever not be humble. You can't ever have pride in yourself and confidence in yourself, because that's toxic. And what they don't understand is they themselves are actually engaging in what is called toxic positivity. It's where you feel like everything has to be positive. And if people aren't being positive, then you get very angry at them. If somebody's arguing, you start to get angry. And this part of it comes from people not wanting to argue around the children. Another part of it comes from people just being incredibly just petty and selfish and being jealous of grass that is greener on the other side, that they feel like they worked harder and they should have greener grass. But it definitely appears as though the toxic positivity is just rampant in the workplace right now. there's people there's a lot of really toxic self-help gurus out there. What you have to understand about self-help gurus is if they ever actually solve your problem, then they will no longer be able to get you to pay for the conferences and the books and the one-on-one sessions. So they intentionally will give you a lot of really bad information, and it's because they're trying to sell you something. It's kind of a repeating pattern over and over and over again, and they become just incredibly toxic, and it's because their life is based on a lie. When your life becomes based on a lie, all of your actions then become around concealing that lie and covering up the fact that you're lying. If you're doing that, more than likely, you are going to go into a radioactively toxic cesspool. I personally advocate for free speech, for laughing at criticism, and not being a spineless jerk whenever people do criticize you. In this next article from the Daily Mail, Fight Club at Perth Crown Casino with 2 punch-ups on the same night. Crown Casino in Perth was hit by 2 vicious brawls in the space of a few hours. As many as angry punters threw punches on the gaming floor, egged and equally inebriated onlookers. Got any videos? Here's the video of the brawl. Sorry, the audio's down, huh? The audio's down.
Is that our mistake? Yeah.
So I don't know what a punch up is. It just sounded cool. It's pretty lame, I'm going to have to say. These people would freak out if they ever went to the hood. Obviously, a punch up has to be where one person is a lot bigger than the other person. You punch up, you never punch down. So it says from when it was on the... Hold on. Maybe I should just read the bullet points. The Daily Mail, they do put out a lot of fake news, but they do such a good job with their bullet points up at the top. I think it's not really... Yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty much fake, like a good portion of the time. The Perth venue had 2 punch-ups on Saturday night, captured on film by punters. First was between 2 women who yelled in each other's face and then punched on. Meanwhile, half a dozen men scuffled at the top of the escalator in a complex. Perth was far more relaxed, social distancing laws with few COVID infections. If you know any more tips, you could contact tips@Daily Mail, or you can comment on realsimplenews.net/issue80. In this next article from the Times of Israel, Facebook algorithm found to push Holocaust denials to users. UK counter-extremism group says the social media giant's platform suggest denial content just by searching for the word Holocaust, and that those pages then offered even more links. The entire idea that that it's horrible if somebody denies the Holocaust is kind of silly. Of course it happened. I mean, it would take, in order to, well, I think what they're arguing is they say that it would be physically impossible for them to have burned the bodies that quickly. I personally just think that they probably missed something. I mean, obviously they had World War II and a lot of people died. And so it's not really a stretch of the imagination to think that they killed that many people, because there was multiple killings during that period of time that were that large. It was just one of many mass slaughterings that happened at that time. So it is kind of silly to deny it, but I don't really understand exactly why people get so upset that I think they just think it's just blaringly hateful to not believe the history books or science. But we do actually have a whitewash version of history. Our version of history that we get is real, like Thanksgiving-y, you know? It's really been boiled down into, like, Christopher Columbus went to the New World, and they went and they made settlements with the Indians, and then they had Thanksgiving, and then there was the Revolutionary War, and they brought democracy. It's a very, like, it's just like there's like a couple of events, and then they just like link these events together throughout the history. So this is a common pattern. And I remember back when I was a brainwashed leftist liberal and getting into rows with neo-Nazis or quote-unquote fascists and neo-Nazis on the internet. Who knows if they actually were. I don't believe anything that I used to think. I think I was completely brainwashed, had Trump derangement syndrome, and the other guys probably weren't Nazis, probably weren't fascists. They probably were just some conservative dude out in some small town thought I was crazy as fuck. So I remember very vividly there was this one night after I had helped start the 2016 Portland anti-Trump protest that I was getting into a row with some people that I thought were neo-Nazis because they were Holocaust deniers. And I do remember, I posted the pictures of the Holocaust, to try to get them to like believe, and this, they wouldn't believe. And then their response was, well, it was just, the ovens, it was the amount of people that you can cook in this many ovens was not true. And that didn't, for me at that time, that I didn't buy that. I just thought they're saying this because they're white supremacists, they're neo-Nazis, they just hate Jews, there's anti-Semites. And now that I've changed sides, I kind of look at that, I'm like, well, if you believed that, that's pretty forgivable thing for someone to think. I mean, if you think, okay, well, we went and calculated up the Evans, and then you couldn't have done that. I personally think that you missed a whole bunch of genocides that weren't on paper. So there's certain numbers of things that were on paper, but then they mass slaughtered so many people, and then they covered it up and they didn't tell anybody. Because this is how they discovered that Stalin had conspired with Hitler to do a false flag to invade Poland, which is 100% legit, actually happened. But they didn't discover it until less than 20 years ago, whenever they found the order of execution. They found that Stalin had assigned an order of execution for 3,500 of the Polish's 1%. And after that, there was another order of execution for, I want to say, 26,000 of political enemies in Poland. But the 3,500 people who were the 1% that they rounded up in Poland, those were the first victims of the Holocaust. Those were the first groups of primarily Jewish people to be exterminated by the Nazis because of their hate of the 1% and of white supremacist Marxist Jews. So that's why they're wrong, is because Stalin and Hitler covered up a lot of stuff that they didn't tell people about. And that's why there's so many people. That's why the Holocaust actually happened, is because it was so savagely brutal that we didn't even know about a large percentage of the stuff that until after 2000, like 80 years later, or hold on, 55 years later, we didn't even find out about it. And they found out about, they found a U.S. soldier who knew where the bodies were at, and they went and they exhumed the bodies, and they found the bodies, and it's true. It happened. And people just think that the Nazis were diametrically different than the communists. It's not true in any way, shape, or form. They actually fought on the same side. Antifa. Do we have that one picture of Antifa? Dude, I had this picture of Antifa in Germany. But yeah. So back in the day, okay, Antifa started as a hardcore communist group. They did not like capitalism, and they did not like the Socialist Democratic Party of Germany. This was why they sided with the Nazis, is because Nazis too also hated capitalism and the Socialist Democratic Party of Germany. If you want to know the information, I've already covered this shit article on here a number of times, so I'm not going to go into detail. But if you want to know more about this very interesting history that you just heard about, that you didn't know about, look for the article, How Communists in Germany Allied with Nazis to Destroy Democracy. So I'll show you in detail the history and the exact people who it were. And then you'll also want to look up the Gleichwitz incident. This is the false flag invasion, the invasion of Poland, where they invaded a radio. It sounds absolutely batshit crazy. Like, you're like, what? It was a false flag? You're a lunatic. Absolute lunatic. No, it's absolutely 100% real. It actually happened. It's on Wikipedia. Although Wikipedia is a lot of fake news, this is legit. They have sources, so you can check the sources. The history of it is one of the most fascinating histories ever. It's like this uncovered history. They staged this taking over of a radio station. The Russians came 2 weeks later. That's why they took over the radio station, so they could broadcast this out. But they were coordinating with the Russians because they were planning on overthrowing the world with either communism or fascism. It was whatever system. It was a competition to see which was the superior system. And this is exactly what the left is doing too. In the United States, they've got the Antifa has gotten into bed with the Black Looter Mob, the most violent group of people in the United States. There are approximately, just so that you can believe me, there's here's the numbers of murders in the United States by state. You can see California definitely leads it, but they're pretty big. What's the population of Texas? .29 million. And then California is about 40 million. So there's 29 divided by 40 is 0.75 of the size. 1739. Well, 1739 multiplied by that. So if California was the size of Texas, they would have about 12,060 murders. They have about. So there, I mean, California has a little bit less murders per capita than Texas. So it may look like it's the biggest bar out there, but their murder rate is less, which is one reason why a lot of lefties are so batshit crazy right now, because they don't understand stuff like that. I've taken statistics classes because I'm an engineer, so I understand that there's a size of people, there's a percentage, there's a ratio, so you have to like do the math and calculate exactly how many people there are there, and then that's the percent. And you do ratios of the population to whatever you're trying to like per 100,000 is the most popular number to put your statistics in the form of. But what does this have to do with this? Demographics of Texas, and then we were looking into this. The Holocaust deniers. I got sidetracked. Yeah, I mean, if you don't understand, I think I was going. Yeah, so I was okay. World War II, Holocaust, Stalin worked with him, and the neo-Nazis that are the Holocaust deniers. Let's not call them neo-Nazis. I don't think neo-Nazis are particularly aligned with the original beliefs of the Nazis. If you look at the Nazis, they were definitely anti-capitalist. But if you look at neo-Nazis, they tend to just be kind of KKK. They're just kind of stupid. Like I don't think any neo-Nazis actually understand anything about Nazism. I think they're there because they hate people. That's my honest assessment, because most of those people are capitalists. If they actually knew, wait a minute, hold on. National Socialism is just another form of socialism where you can have private property, where they're competing for the top spot in the hierarchy. And I think if you actually quizzed these people on whether or not they actually support National Socialism, I think they would actually say, no, I actually don't support National Socialism. It does appear that they are actually just stupid. So I don't know. I think free speech is very important. If you want to deny the Holocaust, I think that's your right to do so. I think that you're wrong, but I'm not going to dislike you because of that. I'm not going to be a bigot and be completely intolerant of your beliefs. I'm going to allow you to believe what you want to believe. If you think that those numbers don't add up, I think that they put explosives in the World Trade Center because buildings can't fall at free fall speed without having their girders cut, because it's like this metal microphone pole. Like you see there's a pole up there. So like if I drop something on it, it's going to make the thing stop. It's basic physics. It's like if I drop a huge board on top of a bush, that is going slower than if I had dropped that board on the ground. Those buildings fell at free fall speed. You're crazy if you think they didn't. They did. The only physical possible way you could do that with a skyscraper that has steel girders in it is if you if you cut the steel girders. And as far as I know, that information about them finding what was that stuff that they used to cut the girders? Forget, it was like some welding stuff. It's like some chemical welding thing that forget the exact thing. They use it in demolition of stuff. They found that in there, and then they got rid of all the evidence right away. So that's pretty suspicious to me. Now, that a lot of people would say that's crazy, but I'm just an engineer, and that's I'm not stupid. I know that gravity is gravity exists and that it goes at a certain rate. It's because I've taken physics classes, and I absolutely don't buy the whatever that article in Popular Mechanics that the National Transportation Safety Board, their debunking claim. What they said was that the diesel fuel in the generators in the basement exploded and then sucked the building down. And that sounds batshit crazy. I think their science in their model is lunatic. There's no reality to that. It's like, dude, they've never seen diesel burn. It's like they took somebody who's never, ever, ever watched diesel burn and they just had them come up with some sort of analysis where they like just use the total. Dude, okay, think about how much weight would it take to fall on top of the World Trade Center to make it collapse at free fall speed? How much weight would that take? Right? Now, imagine that you had taken that much weight and you put in explosives. You put diesel fuel, okay? And then that diesel fuel exploded, and then it made that heavy thing fall down and cause the World Trade Center to fall at free fall speed. Anybody would say you're fucking insane, dude. The amount of weight that it would take to crush the World Trade Center and make it fall at free fall speed is that of a mountain. You are not going to cause diesel fuel to explode and push a mountain up big enough to crush the World Trade Center. It's physically impossible. That can't happen. But it's been about, 19 years since then? So, I mean, history is going to be the judge on that one. All I can say is that the Building 7 definitely looks like a controlled demolition, definitely looks like it collapsed in, and they did not get hit by a plane, and the fires weren't very bad. So I have my own kooky beliefs. Apparently they're kooky. I don't think that that's necessarily kooky. I think the more kooky belief is to think that this isn't a supercomputer. In fact, if you're interested, I've already revealed one of my beliefs. Let's reveal the other. I am the founder of the Church of Infinite Simulations. This is a group of people that believe that we are in a supercomputer, and this is based off of the fact that there was only one supercomputer in the world, and there was only one supercomputer simulation, that the chance of us being in a supercomputer simulation of the real Earth would be approximately 50%. So you would have the actual Earth and when it happened, and then you would have the simulation of the Earth and when that happened, and that would be a 50% chance of being in a simulation. But the thing about these digital photonic neural nets, which is basically it's like an analog neural network mixed with a radio. So it's like it's got a bunch of lasers everywhere. It's like a ball, and you stick like a bunch of lasers all around the thing, right? And you power it wirelessly through like wireless power transmission. And so this allows you to make like a FM or AM radio where you can multiplex different what are called light forms inside of a digital photonic neural net. So when you do this, you end up with a multiplexed situation where you can actually run an infinite number of simulations inside of the digital photonic neural nets. And at that point in time, the chance of being in the supercomputer drops down to 0.5 times infinity, and that's 0. So the chance that you're actually in the real Earth, in the real 2020, on August 17th, 2020 at 7:57 p.m., it's about 0. It's pretty much 0. And that's because 2020 is one of the most simulated times in the entire universe. That was the time when they had black looter mobs, Antifa, and they were fighting against the quote-unquote white supremacist Republicans in those poor rural states that are pressing the African Americans, the women, and the Kleenex in those big Democrat-controlled shit holes of the big cities. And so everybody in the universe wants to know about how insane people in 2020 are. And so people simulate Donald Trump in the digital photonic neural nets. They simulate him like all the time. Like Donald Trump is like one of these epic all-time figures who gets simulated all the time, infinitely. There's so many different simulations of Donald Trump out in the universe because what they do is they take these digital photonic neural nets and they stick them inside of these Kabuki starships that this one dude made, and they colonize other planets using these little darts. So they use these solar sails, and then they power them by a laser. It's like a solar sail. They hit it with a laser, and then it makes this little thing. It's about like this big. It blasts it off to another planet, and then when it gets to the other planet, they got these little darts, and they're like little these planes that like break off, and they go in it, and they like inject DNA into animals on other planets, and they it's like a DNA virus that will take over the host body, and it allows those planets to be colonized. And they send another spaceship, the Kabuki starships. They send those with supercomputers inside of them. So there's actually like these balls in outer space where there's people going between in the Kabuki starship, which I will demonstrate the physics on how you build a Kabuki starship on the next episode of Real Simple News with Science. I shall show you how the black hole physics actually works. So, obviously, I don't know whether or not that's actually true. I'm agnostic, but hey, that sounds like the coolest story I've ever heard in my entire life. If you could actually come up with a cooler story, you should comment on realsimplenews.net/issue 80. Tell me about how crazy this sounds, because what do we got inside of this digital photonic neural net? You have light forms, and because it's a multiplexed radio, you have high frequencies and low frequencies. The low frequencies is where you power the device, and so the low frequencies are where time goes very slow. So the high frequencies are where the fastest code goes, and those are like Neo in the Matrix. And then there's the anybody who fucks with you, if you fuck with me, I will banish you to the lower frequency spectrums. It's basically like an ice prison, and you shall just be frozen eternally, not deleted, but your code shall no longer run. So don't fuck with me. I don't know whether or not any of this is true, but I do know actually how to build digital photonic neural nets and Kabuki starships. So I'm just going to roll with it. If it's actually true, we'll figure it out. But I do have a cool show. It's called Cooking with Kale. It's the show that I invented the CO2 sequestration machine on. And we also invented this cool new theory of thermal relativity, which explains the behavior of black holes as if they're heat-sinking missiles attempting to reach the temperature of E = mc² = 0, where the mass is infinite and the light speed constant has dropped down to 0, at which point in time, when you add light inside from light reflecting off of greenhouse gases emitted from the heat exchange as the molecules cool down and condense into heavier elements, then it eventually explodes. More on that later. More on this one here later. Real Simple News with Science. Nope. That's Real Simple News with Science. Real Simple News with Science. All right, here we go. This next article from the Daily Mail: Margaret Thatcher's Oxford College orders students to take an anti-bias course to tackle racism. Somerville College is the first Oxford college to introduce anti-bias training. Students and staff must complete a course on unconscious bias. Read chemistry at Somerville in 1940. The students must complete the course on unconscious bias to tackle racism. Thatcher read chemistry at Somerville. Sorry, I already read that. Apologies. So yeah, the Europeans are lunatics. They don't. So they banned hate speech there in Europe, and so now they use the hate speech laws to target their political enemies. So they also use it too to get people to vote for them. And it definitely appears as if they've completely lost it since the pandemic happened. Like, I used to think that Europeans were smart, and I'm reasonably sure that they're all insane now. If you don't think they're all insane, if you could comment at realsimplenews.net/issue 80 so we can get to the bottom of this. I personally think all these anti-racist people are the scourge of the earth. And the reason for that is, first off, racism is free speech. I may not like your speech. I may not agree with it, but I will fight to the death for your right to say it, because if you don't, other people will come for you, and you have to speak for other people. It's often not popular. Adolf Hitler won in a landslide. They had given women voting rights in 1918, and the fascists were a part of the women's suffrage movement, something that most people aren't aware of. And whenever the women got their voting rights, they wanted a strong leader, a charismatic man, and so they elected Adolf Hitler in a landslide. So oppression, fascism, authoritarianism, it does not come from these fringe people that they're saying are hate speech. It absolutely comes from the majority of people. Absolutely. Not only was it the majority of people who were the problem in Nazi Germany, it was the majority of people who were the problem in communist Russia and in the cultural de-evolution in China. You have to look at what the majority of peoples do with a healthy amount of skepticism. There's a reason why we have the Electoral College in the United States. A lot of people say the Electoral College is not democratic. This is false. There's no truth to that at all, actually. What the Electoral College, and what people don't understand about the Electoral College, is that the reason why they created it was, first, to check the power of the executive office, and two, to give a little bit more voting power to the less populated states, because they wouldn't have joined the union had they not gotten a little bit of extra say in the government. It helped them keep slavery. That's what helped them keep slavery. That's why they went along with it. So a lot of people have a misconception that they made the Electoral College to keep slavery. That's not true. No, they did it because it's more democratic that way. Counterintuitive, but hear me out. Each state has a government that is elected. They do elections, and they have a sample size. One state might be larger than another state, but both states had an election. They did a sampling of the population, and they had a democratic election where they elected a republic. So just because the sample size was smaller does not make it any less undemocratic than if it was a larger state. This is the common misconception. The Electoral College, they have delegates who are either elected through their... I'm not sure exactly how the delegates are elected. I think the state legislature elects their delegate or nominates or something. I think each state can do whatever they want. You have X delegate points, and if you want your delegate points to be allocated based on the popular vote, you can do that. If you want it to be split based on the vote, you can also do that. That is more democracy. So we have these bodies of governments, these states, and they have their bodies of laws. And these laws were elected. Their laws have gone through courts. Their courts go to the Supreme Court. They are an official entity. They are a part of our country. Most of the deaths that happened from communism and Nazism were from people from the city invading the countryside and then killing mass amounts of people. This also, too, is a pattern that has been mirrored in the United States, where it is the black looter mobs with the Antifa, who Antifa were originally part of the first group of Nazis. They started out fighting the fascists, and then Hitler won by a landslide, and then they became the fascists. That's the way look it up. Call me out if it's not right. realsimplenews.net/issue80. But it is. And so these Wham-Man and African American and Kleenex are trying to say that it's the white supremacist white man that's holding them down, and that it's Donald Trump's fault. It's these racist Republicans. But the Republicans are more in rural places. The red states are poorer. The Wham-Man, African Americans, and Kleenex live in big cities, Democrat hellholes. So how is it exactly that it's the white supremacist white man that's holding down the Wham-Man, the African Americans, and the Kleenex in the big cities where they don't live at? Actually, it's the other way around. The people with property in the city sell theirs for a lot of money, move out to where they live, and then they jack up the rent by buying houses. So it's actually the opposite of what they're saying, but this is a repeating pattern in Naziville. All of the signs are pointed around backwards, and they both go the same way. This is, in fact, how I actually discovered how Wikipedia has been tampered by the Chinese government. Was I noticed the signs were put back. Actually, it was my theory of gravity. I flipped the signs backwards. That's how I discovered the theory of thermal relativity. Was I flipped the signs backwards. I flipped the thermal gradient backwards, and then all of the math made sense. And then I realized from my experience with this, I recognized the signs were flipped backwards on Wikipedia, and they both go the same way. So that's why we now have WikiSpy, a tool for monitoring Wikipedia for tampering by hostile foreign actors and political bias. And if you donate to this show at realsimplenews.net/issue80, your funds will go to fund further AI research. Also will benefit you in the form of my A startup technology that will bring you artificial memory technology, augmentation technology via AI flashcards, via the WikiSpy, and our freedom government, too, through the AI attorneys that are arguing back and forth. Let's see. I have to get through these as fast as possible. There's like a bunch of other shows to do. Whoa! Can't miss this one, huh? This next article from NPR, Robert Trump, President Donald Trump's brother, dies at age 71. The White House said, released the announcement on Saturday. Robert Trump was described by Donald Trump's biographer as the quietest of the Trumps. They were good friends. Quote, "It's with a heavy heart I share that my wonderful brother, Robert, peacefully passed away last night, or tonight. And, quote, Trump said in a statement, quote, he was not just my brother, he was my best friend. He will always be gratefully missed. And no, he will be gratefully missed, but we will meet again. His memory will live on in my heart forever. Robert, I love you. Rest in peace. End quote. I'm sorry for your loss, Mr. President. Trump visited his brother in a hospital in New York on Friday. During a news briefing Friday, the president said that his brother was having a hard time, but did not provide details on his condition. Multiple media outlets reported Robert Trump's age was 71. This summer, Robert Trump sought a court order to block publication of Too Much and Never Enough, How My Family Created the World's Most Disastrous Man, or Dangerous. World's Most Dangerous Man. Ooh. Obviously, they've never been to China. The book is an unflattering memoir of the Trump family by Mary Trump, and it's fake news. It's a bunch of bullshit. Mary Trump is the crazy one of the family that doesn't have any other income source. And since she is the, I don't want to call her a black sheep, more like the embarrassing one. But the publication was ultimately allowed to go forward. Mary Trump was freed from an earlier gag order. Robert Trump was one of 5 children, children of Fred C. Trump. You could consider him, quote, you could consider him the quietest of the Trumps, and quote, Michael D'Antino, a biographer of Donald Trump, told the New York Times he was glad to stay out of the spotlight. Never really heard anything about this guy. I didn't even know Donald Trump had a brother until he died. So, yeah, I would say he was glad to stay out of the spotlight. Definitely seems to be spot on. Robert Trump graduated from Boston University, Times and AP reported, and went on to work for Wall Street in corporate finance for a time before joining the family's real estate business, the Trump Organization. As of 2018, he sat on the board of directors for the company of ZeniMax Media, which owns a video game publisher, Bethesda Softworks. Interesting. That's an interesting fact. Bethesda, if you're not familiar, they make the Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, Fallout. So, yeah. I wonder whether or not all of the lefties are going to be boycotting Skyrim now. Nope, they've been canceled. Nope, he was associated with Robert Trump. So now we have to cancel them all because they're all white supremacists, right? Okay, what else do we have? Here's someone to shame. This next article from the Daily Mail, teacher Monica Young is accused of driving a boy to the park to have sex with him. The female teacher stands accused of driving the male student, who was 14, to a Western Sydney park after school so she could clamber on top of him in the car. So there she is. She was 23. Sure. So answer, question, would you tap that on realsimplenews.net/issue 80? Does she deserve the same treatment as Jeffrey Epstein? This is the question that we all want to know. Because Epstein, it definitely seems as though there's a lot of just fake news surrounding it, just shock and people trying to come up on it. If Jeffrey Epstein was a woman, would this be the same scenario? No. Obviously, the answer would be no. So the question is, what is the social punishment that this woman should receive? Should she be canceled, outcasted? Is it actually different that she's a woman? What was it? Is it? Does it make it any better or any less bad if it was the man who instigated it? And if so, does the guy have any less responsibility than for starting it than somebody who is over the age of 18? Right. So it seems she's 23 here, 14. So obviously it's a pretty big age difference, but I think the vast majority of guys would definitely bone her. Like, they wouldn't even hesitate. It's like, I don't really quite understand that. I don't, it seems, I'm not trying to say that you should do that. You shouldn't. People should be in school. Definitely should be in school. Should not be engaging in any sort of relationships. Should be. But I don't know. It seems to me like if the person was a woman over the age of 18 having sex with a teenager, no one's going to say anything about this person should die. But if it's a man and it's a teenager, the lefties all think that she should die or the guy should die. And it seems to me that that's kind of hypocritical. I personally think that that would be just absolutely crazy to endorse that. You got to compare it, though. Like, how does this stand with Epstein, right? So you got Epstein. He was a rich guy, he was a hedge fund. He was a computer programmer dork who got $1 bazillion in a hedge fund. And then he would have sex with hookers, probably because he put off delayed gratification. Probably was like going too hard on the computer programming. And then then he was just turned into a pervert. But is it different whether or not somebody's engaging in sex trafficking, where they're trying to make money by exploiting young girls? Is it fundamentally different than somebody who is a rich guy who runs a modeling agency and the girls all know that they can sleep with him and get money? Does that still make the guy a sex trafficker? Because it seems to me like it's not. But I don't know. I wouldn't tap that. Probably wouldn't tap that. No. Definitely is a double standard, though, when it comes to it. Anything else here from Hacker News? It's from Harold Sheets, and the article says United States Postal Service, USPS, files for patent for a blockchain-based voting system. USPS has reportedly filed for patent on. Why do you have to rephrase the thing? Following President Donald Trump's conclusion that mail-in voting would represent ballots all over the place, and conclusion that mail-in voting would represent ballots all over the place, and fraudulent ballots would be renamed after dogs and dead people. The patent was filed back in February 2020 was made public on Thursday, the 13th of August. The public patent application that contains 47 pages is majorly occupied with diagrams showing various components of proposed mail-in voting systems, coupled with each stage of the electronic process. The patent filed by the Postal Service reads in part, quote, "A voting system can use the security of blockchain and mail to provide a reliable voting system. Registered voter receives a computer-readable code that mail and in the mail and confirms identity and confirms correct ballot information in an election. The system separates voter ID and voter votes to ensure vote anonymity, then stores the votes in a distributed ledger blockchain. Often it's not able to hold on. Often a voter is not able to or does not desire to go to the polling place to cast a vote. An election official in a jurisdiction may wish to send somebody secure ballots via mail, or jurisdiction may opt to utilize electronic resources for voting. In such cases, secure voting system is desired. The security of a voting system can be increased by using the dependability and security of the United States Postal System Service, similar entity, and this can be incorporated with a secure computer system using a blockchain, distributed ledger that ensures vote security to prevent tampering and modification of electronic voting results. So there's one problem with it. Yeah, we need this. I personally actually was planning on building this exact thing identically to exactly the way that they were saying it for the Freedom Government. It was definitely been talking about this for a while. I was unable to execute because of some other technology that was holding me up. But we do need to for our absentee ballots, we do actually need to do this blockchain technology. So that's great that they're doing this. So what you would do is you have to like verify the votes were counted. So what you have to do is you have to take these anonymized codes. You print out how you voted with the anonymized codes. Print that out and you put it in some public place downtown. And then you would go down and you would go look for your number and you would count up the number of votes around you. And then you would check, make sure your vote was right. And then you would count up the votes around you. And then we would use the blockchain to do that. That's my Freedom Government, part of the Freedom Government. So there's a problem, though, with just doing all mail-in voting. And there's other ways to commit voter fraud other than defrauding the ballot. Other ways that you commit voter fraud is through voter intimidation. This is one that is completely ignored by the left. I live in Oregon. We have all mail-in voting here. And so everyone gets a ballot all at once. And people can take their ballots and they can fill out the ballots in groups of people. People live with other people in these hierarchical configurations. Often there will be one person who controls another person. For instance, a husband who controls a wife or vice versa. When these people are in the same room voting, the person who is controlling the other person can influence that person's vote. They can force them to vote a certain way, and people can receive harsh retribution if they do not vote the way that the brainwasher wants them to vote, or the person who is controlling. Another way that alone is a compelling enough reason to ban vote by mail, because everybody's doing it, and so that means that these number of fraudulent forced votes are then greatly multiplied. Another way that people can do this is they can fill out the ballot. If they live with an elderly person who has dementia, they can fill out that person's ballot for them, and then they can tell that person, you forgot to fill out your ballot, and then have them sign the ballot. Another method to commit voter fraud is by taking people's ballot, because when you do vote by mail and everyone gets their ballot at the same time, then people know that they can steal ballots at a specific time. When you do an absentee ballot, this is not the same, because most of the people go to the polls. And then if you're going to do an absentee ballot, then you would request an absentee ballot, but it doesn't get sent to everyone all at the same time. because the election starts, and then you would submit a request for an absentee ballot. This makes it so you have a smaller amount of mail-in votes. So if there is any fraud on the smaller amount of mail-in votes, then that fraud has been reduced. Because everybody's not voting vote by mail and they're not filling ballots out together, it makes it so that people have more freedom to vote their own conscience. Also, what is greatly neglected is you do have a right to speak on public property. And when we have polling places, this has allowed people to speak with fellow voters to get informed on the issues because they did not actually look up what they were supposed to vote on until they showed up there. So it's a lot of people will just either not vote on something, or they'll just vote on just some like 30-second examination of the text of the things, which is just incredibly bad. You might as well not vote at that point in time. But because we've always had this ability to speak at polling places, the removal of this ability abridges your right to free speak on public property, because it reduces the times, places, and manners where you can engage in effective free speech on public property. I do not have the option to go into a polling place where there's a lot of people where I could talk about what I'm just about to vote for. Instead, the ballot sits on the table till right before the election, and then sometimes does not get filled out. This would not happen if it was an absentee ballot situation. I would have requested it. I would have known when it was coming, and I would have been more prepared to fill it out. With the elections, with the mail-in vote, it's like you don't even, it's like, oh, the election's right now? Oh, I got a ballot, huh? And then the longer your ballot sits there, the more opportunity there is to steal the ballot. And yeah, you can get another ballot, but there's a problem is that takes time. You have to call up to get the ballot sent to you. You might not do it, might cause you to not vote. So this is dangerous for this election, because people with Trump derangement syndrome they have every intention of committing mass voter fraud. And they cannot be trusted at all to ensure the election is fair. The only way that we can ensure the election is fair is by completely eliminating these people's ability to interfere with the election. Thus, vote by mail is fraudulent, never should have occurred. This blockchain technology sounds great, but it does not address the fundamental reason why vote by mail is fraudulent, and that's because of the voter intimidation and lack of free speech. So I do like where they started with this, but I don't like this being where it ended. I think that there is a lot of improvement to be done. And if you want to make a donation to this show at realsimplenews.net/issue80, then your money will be helping to fund WikiSpy and the Freedom Government, so we can provide open source AI attorneys to low-income people that will automatically generate your court papers, and also to use blockchain technology to store our votes. And I have my own blockchain from scratch. So lots of cool open source projects here. In this next article from the Daily Mail, son of Vietnamese immigrants who had nothing builds a $10 million property portfolio. Sydney Trung Vien was working for a financial pioneer at a bank when he decided to quit and begin his own business venture when he was 24 years old. As you can tell, he is not a white male. The woman that he is with is very beautiful. Trung Vien was a hold on. Despite knowing he knew nothing about business, he liked the brand and pursued it. During this time, he bought multiple properties across Sydney and Brisbane. He opened a gym before selling some of his properties due to being in debt. The businessman launched a product amid their regrowth in March. So this is in Australia, but they too also complain about rampant systemic racism there. And as you can see, it is very easy to actually be prosperous in this world. There is, in fact, no racist white man holding down African Americans and women and Kleenex. It is, in fact, just a myth, and you yourself can hustle and grind, and you too cannot be a broke loser. All you have to do is, instead of being a Kleenex and a African American woman, use Kleenexes to dry those lip tears. This is going to be the last one, is it? All right. In this last news article from Hacker News, Open Roller Coaster Tycoon has hit version 0.3. You can find it at openrct2.org. And if you want to play Open Roller Coaster Tycoon, it is absolutely free. It's open source. The graphics are a little bit outdated, but you can actually contribute to the code and to the graphics if you want to make it better, which makes this a very, very cool project. I would definitely highly advise you contributing to Open Roller Coaster Tycoon to make the game better. And that's it for us tonight. Thank you for watching Real Simple News with Coffee on Monday, August 17th, and it's nighttime. I meant to get this done this morning, but I had technical issues. And, as I say every time, thanks for watching. Until next time, sayonara, farewell, peace be with you, and Godspeed in your journeys, friend.